to delegations. Ms. Van Kima, I believe you have an introduction for us.
I do, thank you. It's my pleasure this evening to introduce Kevin Furcus. He is with the Cochrane Lions Club, and the Lions Club is coming before you this evening to request $45,000 towards the shortfall that the Lions is anticipating for putting on the Lions Rodeo. This would be the 54th annual event, and they would only need the money if the event was able to go ahead. As you know, with most things with COVID-19, everything's sort of touch and go, but you still have to plan in case it does go ahead. In your report, administration is recommending that you not do anything other than to receive it as information, and the reasons for that are outlined in the report. And after Mr. Furcus presents, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have for administration. But without further ado, I'll turn it over to Mr. Furcus.
Good evening, Kevin. Mr. Furcus, you have some
Good evening,
news
everyone.
to share with us from the Lions Rodeo.
Yeah, thanks again for giving us this opportunity to present this. I know I sent this letter on May 20th, I believe, and a lot of things have changed since that time. There was different hopes, different, projections and that. And so, as most of you guys know, our history, like she said, is it'll be our 54th year. We're looking at different things. We understand the COVID, the impact that'll happen to our rodeo if we proceed with it. Earlier we sent out a request, and just before I sent that letter to council, to all of our sponsors, we had 60% return the questionnaire, and out of that 60%, 100% were still at that time on board with their full sponsorship for this year. So, they understood the impact in that. I procured a lady that works with the Stampede board, and she had set up and chatted with me regarding some of the COVID procedures, some that the Stampede was prepared to put into effect at that time before it was canceled. So we have got that covered. The economic impact, that's what we're looking at the start. It's a huge economic impact to the town, our event, but in the same token, it's the safety and everything of the citizens, everybody around the whole area. So, we did a study 7 years ago, and it was about $1.4 million impact to the town. Jerry Murphy, I'm not sure if any of you guys know of him or that, but he did a thing, and it was 1.2 million. So, as we sit now, we're looking at maybe, to be honest, we don't think we can do a full 4-day event. I just think it's too much and everything. So we're maybe going to compress it down if we go forward to a 1-day or a 2-day event, just to reduce the costs, reduce some of the chances of different things happening. I'm not sure if we're going to end up with enough people to make it financially successful, but like I said at the start, from May 20th to now, is quite a few things have changed. So pretty well, I'm open to any questions other than that. I think my letter was pretty well explained it all. I don't think we're going to incur the costs by reducing things. So I'm pretty well, we're just asking for the town support and have some kind of support if we run into financial difficulties of putting on the event.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Furcus, for your update. I'm sure we'll have a few questions with council. I see Councillor Padeco has a comment. Councillor Padeco?
Thanks, Mr. Furcus. I'm a big supporter of the Lions and the rodeo and the Labor Day rodeo, especially. How much money has the Lions actually given back to the community over the number of years? And I know that you're probably not going to know this in total or an exact amount, but what's kind of the ballpark figure of how much you guys have given back to different community organizations or concepts, even that people that don't even know about?
Well, I do know that for last year because we just had our financials. We gave out $62,000 last year just from the Lions Club. Now, also, we're involved with Brex in that, so it's a conglomeration of all the money from Brex as well. But strictly from our club, we gave out $60,000. We invested $72,000 into the event center. So that's, I think that's a community use of our funds as well, because I think that building's very, very well used. Yeah, we're losing money right now because we can't really operate it, but we're keeping our head above water. But it was $62,000 straight out to different things, including emergencies and that, so.
I probably might have a different opinion than maybe some of the other council members, maybe, perhaps not, but I will absolutely support you guys in this. Number one, because of the fact that I realize that all sorts of event groups have been canceled all the way around. I mean, Light Up has chosen to cancel, as we know. A lot of big events have chosen to cancel, but you guys are one of the only groups that, or events that I know of that have to give back like that huge amount of money back into the community, right? Like Light Up puts on a great event, Labor Day Rodeo or the Labor Day Parade puts on a great event, right? I mean, Ace does a lot. It's just you guys actually turn around and give that money back and invest it back into the community. So to me, as a town, if you guys choose to go ahead in whatever kind of fashion that you do, and we back end you, I do know that money is going to go back into our community to again support other organizations. So to me, it's not a loss. It's not giving you money and there's nothing going back. So I'll wait to see how everybody else weighs out, but that's kind of my thoughts on where the Lions sits. I'm in support of what you guys do, and I know that there's a lot of stuff that you guys do, Kevin, that you have never admitted to publicly, but I know that privately that you guys have helped to support. So thanks for all that you do to the Cochrane community.
Thank you, Marnie.
Thank you. Good comments, Councillor Federico. Councillor Nagel, you have a comment, question?
Yeah. So first off, Mr. Fergus, thank you very much for everything you're doing for the community right now and everything you've done in the past. I know you've been a huge leader in this, in the reorganization of this rodeo, as well as many other things here in Cochrane. For me, it's not very much a question of finances. Like $45,000 is certainly an important amount of money to be considering. I'm not saying it's not an important sum, but the Cochrane Lions and the rodeo event are certainly deserving of that amount of money, in my opinion, for a variety of reasons. As Councillor Federico said, you guys give a ton back to the community. Also, this is an extremely iconic event. To me, it's like the most iconic cultural event of the year in Cochrane. Not that the other events are bad, but this one's just a very Cochrane-esque sort of event. But for me, the question of what we do here really comes down to public safety. So it's not about the money. It's not about the validity of the rodeo, because like I said, I fully support all that stuff. But it's just like the province is saying that they're not allowing groups of over 200 people. So how would we even overcome that regulation? What would be the plan there? Because a successful rodeo requires more than 200 people, I would think, wouldn't it?
You are correct, and that's something we're sitting with. We have to make a decision. For us, because we've done it for so many years, we have a shorter time frame to put on our rodeo. We don't have to bring in a midway and all this stuff and all that setup. We're thinking that we have to get to that 500 to 1,000 people to even make it financially close to being viable, even reducing a bunch of our costs and that. Some of the things we've talked about with the COVID and the restrictions, and there has been a few rodeos put on in Canada, and there was a PBR the other day put on where they followed the protocol and everything worked. With us, it would be online ticket sales. You wouldn't be able to buy them at the gate. So we've got the scanners. We've already searched them out, everything. So we do have the proper protocols, but you are correct, Councillor Nagel, that we would need an amount of people, and we won't go past the guidelines put on by the province.
So if you're saying the rodeo would need about 500 people to make the success, but the provincial regulations are only allowing for 200, if you were to get this money from the town of Cochrane today, but those provincial regulations didn't change, how would that play out? Would you guys cancel the rodeo, or? We would cancel the event, yes, and there would be no costs incurred. Right now, we sit with a bunch of guys. You know, everybody wants to put this on the people that help us, this and that. We won't incur a single cost until about the 20th, 25th of August. So, you know, there's no money going out until that time. So we do have that little bit of a cushion to be able to decide a yes or no. But if it's not an amount of people that makes it viable, then we won't be having it. Yeah, okay, I guess I'll sit and wait and hear what everybody else has to say, but there's certainly some more questions to be answered, I think, about that stuff. But again, thank you very much for everything you do, and I am also a huge fan of your guys' rodeo. I think it's great. Thank you, Mr. Nagel.
Councillor Flowers?
Okay, thank you, Kevin, for your presentation, and again for all the hard work that you guys do. Everybody loves the Lions Club and the rodeo, and it's been a really hard year to watch so many things being canceled, the Stampede recently. But for me, it comes down to setting a precedence, because there's so many groups that need money and are going to be lacking support this year, and I just don't know where that's going to end. So I'd love to see you guys do a scaled down approach, not worry about making money and giving it out to the community, but having an event to celebrate, bring as many people together as you can get away with safely, and not depend on the town kicking in. That would be my ideal scenario. Not really a question there, but just a comment. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I feel the same way. If we were in a position that we could put on an event, scaled down, whatever, we're talking, we might not even put a full-fledged rodeo on. It might be a one-day invitational thing, 10 guys, and get the kids involved. Or we've got one sponsor that said that, you know, he would pay for, if we just did the ranch rodeo, he would take care of that end of it and that. So we are looking at scaling it down. I don't believe we can do it the 4 days with social distancing and everything, which will still be in effect, or as you guys put it, the other distancing. We're looking at every avenue. Yeah.
Food trucks and
physical distancing. Thank you.
some kind of entertainment and food trucks and something to bring people together that isn't expensive. But I know the Social Recovery Task Force wants people to start mingling, but in small groups and finding ways that we can get together safely.
And we would be all in support of, you know, something like that. We just started with the rodeo because it's something we haven't, like I said, back in May, we figured that it would go. If it has to be something else, we'd be in full support of any ideas the council has as well, you know, to get a community gathering, because I personally think, and so does the Cochrane Lions Club, that we do need an event. And that's about the last weekend in Cochrane, the way the weather has been the last few years, that we can actually do something and have a shot at doing it properly.
Yep, that's true. Thank you, Councillor Flowers. Councillor Federico, you have another comment?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to agree with Councillor Nagel. I do agree that, you know what, I mean, Mr. Fergus, I would suggest that, you know, if this does kind of come to fruition where we're thinking of hosting something, that, you know, you work well with our town departments to make sure that this event is going to be carried off, obviously safely, you know, that we're following provincial restrictions, we're following our own town restrictions, that we're going to do everything that we can to obviously ensure public safety. And I think that's obviously, I think that's the message that I got initially from your presentation. That's exactly where you guys were going to go. So that is why I'm supportive of it. You know what, when I look back at what we gave Case $15,000 to host Canada Day. Light Up, obviously they've canceled their event, but they obviously get a grant from the town as well. And I do realize that you guys put on a big event, and generally I think the most that you guys have ever gotten is probably a couple $1,000s from the town, from a grant perspective. So, you know what, kudos to you. And coming forward to ask for support from this community, to me, is not necessarily a bad thing in that regard. We give a lot of money to some other groups, but you guys are the one area where you guys actually give back, and it's not to say that nobody else does, but it's pretty impressive that you came this far, and you're kind of reaching out now on probably one of the worst years to ever ask for some support. So I do agree with Councillor Nagel, though, that we have to make sure that safety is our #1 focus, and if there is any restrictions or whatever, that we're just making sure that we're following the guidelines of what we need to.
Well, to answer you with that, if you, as most of you have been to Lions Club events and this and that, we got a bunch of old people in our club, so we are very conscious about that. You know, that's been a lot of our conversation at the table. You know, and the last thing is, we aren't willing to word it right. Is the cost worth the game? Like, if there's one thing goes wrong, it's not worth the game as far as we're concerned. But if there is a way to do something for this town, not just us, for the entire town, we're willing to go for it under the health guidelines.
Well said. Councillor McFadden, you have a comment? Your hand up?
Yeah. So, Kevin, thanks so much for coming forward and presenting. Can everybody hear me okay? I've got a new tablet today. So, and I think I really like where council is landing on this. Of course, everybody recognizes the importance to the Lions and the rodeo as being part of really what makes Cochrane unique. And it's something that we all come together and celebrate. And it's so important. And so where I've been struggling with this is, how do we balance off what's best for the community safety-wise and what's best for the community overall. But I think I know the Lions, we all know the Lions. If there's a way to do something significant for the community, you guys always find the way. So I've come around to being in support of this, and I kind of wish we had a little bit more time to work together, but since this is kind of our last council meeting before the next event, you have my support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McFadden. Councillor Wilson.
Can you hear me now?
We can, yeah. We can, yeah.
The internet's a little choppy for some reason here where the app is. Mr. Firkus, thank you for your presentation. Like the other councillors, I really appreciate the Labor Day Rodeo, and I think it's part of the fabric that makes Cochrane a great place to be in the summertime. I'm also leaning towards a understanding why this funding is needed and acceptance of the offer. I was hoping administration might be able to tell us why we came to the recommendation of accepting as information only tonight, if I'm not jumping the gun.
Mr. Hyman or Catherine?
Yeah, I can certainly answer that. So the reason...
Before you do, we're getting a lot of echo. If everybody could just use, if you're not on speakers list. How's that? No. I'll mute mine. Go ahead, Catherine.
Okay, so the reason my administration recommended that you receive it as information and not go ahead is first of all, we did a lot of work to try and cut dollars out of our budget. And there were a number of things that you're finding now are having an impact on our service levels. And we're getting complaints about cuts in service levels that came directly from cutting the budgets in 2020. This funding request is not within the 2020 budget. So therefore it would add on top of that. And we're anticipating that there will be a lot more. This is the first of many requests for money, including people not able to pay their taxes, so us not having the money to send out the door. So for all of those reasons, administration is recommended the way that they recommended. We're also looking for council, if you are going to be giving money, if you wanted to set sort of some parameters or a policy around requests for contributions outside of the normal granting policy that you have. And that's why the report went forward with the recommendation that it had. And it's not anything to do with the Lions specifically, and it's not that administration doesn't support the rodeo. I was simply looking at what are council's policies. The policies are, if you need money, you apply in this fashion. This is outside of that. And we had done a number of financial cuts. And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. That answers my question. I'm interested to hear what everyone else is going to say about any parameters we might put on it for this. What's before us today, I think it's an exciting prospect to have one chance to actually get the community together this summer still. I'm in support of this, and I also like that it's a low-risk event, as Mr. Firkus outlined, where costs aren't incurred until the later part of August. If it doesn't go ahead, this is refundable, and we're not on the hook for anything. So I'm excited for this and excited to hear some others' thoughts on the parameters we might put on for upcoming funding requests.
Okay, before we get into all of that, thank you, Councillor Wilson. I just had a couple of questions. First of all, Mr. Firkus, I really appreciate your approach. I really like the approach the Alliance has taken here. It's not blazing ahead with no regard for public safety, and let's hold this no matter what. I hear in your voice the deep care and concern for our community and wanting to hold on to this event. 54 years in a row would be an awesome milestone to achieve. I also hear what Councillor Flowers is saying about the Social Recovery Task Force. We've highlighted over and over again, weekly as we meet, the status of people's mental health is really been impacted by this. The need for an event, something fun, something to do. And while the guidelines and the restrictions are there for a reason, and we understand those, and where public safety is number one, I do believe we do need something to hold on to, even if it's the belief or the hope that maybe we can have a rodeo this year. So I like that you're not just blazing ahead with, give us the money and we'll spend it no matter what. If it's allowable and safe, then we'll proceed. And so I'm hearing from my colleagues today that we want to do this with a balance of, public safety, but also honoring our past and our history and our heritage and that fun. Is there if we put some form of condition on the funding that said if the provincial guidelines were to be relaxed to 500 people, would that maybe be somewhere that we kind of meet in the middle, where that if the funding, if you don't need it, it doesn't matter anyways because of the restrictions. But if your break point is 500 people, is that something maybe council would find as a middle ground for this, that we're being respectful of the purse strings, because I hear what administration is saying. We don't just have this bottomless pit of money, and there is concern that we start the precedence of allowing for one, and then there's a lineup of many. And I do believe, and Catherine spoke about a policy. The policy here, in my belief, is, again, I don't want to get into the putting or pitting one event against another, but I do think that there would be no argument in our community that the Lions Club Labor Day Rodeo is an iconic event for Cochrane. So if we were to say in our policy that we would consider funding iconic Cochrane events, I think that we could come up with a definition for iconic. pretty quickly, maybe over the summer. Because I know that is a gray area, but that's kind of where I'm landing. I want to see, at least allow the opportunity for this to happen. And if it can't, that's out of our hands. That's the province and health and safety. But if it can, I think timing is really terrible on this. We're not meeting again before your event, so it's either tonight or not at all. So I would hate to close that door. That's kind of where I'm at with that. And I see we have a lineup of other comments now. Councillor Federico.
I would like to put option, I guess, maybe, I'm going to read them all here. That council accept the Lions Rodeo presentation as information and direct administration to provide the $45,000 to support the Cochrane Rodeo to be funded from operating reserves should the event proceed. I think option 2 is the best option that we can go with. Just a couple comments on the side of that. To obviously the concerns about people complaining about some service cuts. Yes, Town of Cochrane has had to cut back in some areas, but again, I think some of those situations and some of those complaints could have been dealt with better through, unfortunately, our own communication of what we were cutting back and when we were cutting it back. I think early on I spoke to that if we were going to cut services, that it'd be better off to let the community know exactly what we were cutting, how we were cutting, and then there would really be no surprise. And as far as setting up some sort of precedented group or some sort of guidelines and offering other event groups to come forward or people looking for additional funding, you know what? This whole year has been kind of a write-off. I think each event organizer has done the best thing for themselves and made the best choice for themselves. I don't think we need to set up any sort of special guidelines or, make any sort of special decisions allowing other funding to come through. You know what? Like the mayor said, the Lions have, in my mind, proved kind of how long they've been withstanding within this community, what they've given back. I don't think we need to make any sort of special concessions for other organizations. You know what? Maybe the one-off, but let's not cheat rules. This whole year has been a completely strange year when it's come to events. Let's just write it off and move on. And Mr. Fergus, if you guys can do it safely, you do it within regulations, you have my support, and I'm sure probably most of council support. So that's what I would like to leave option 2 for.
Okay, motion on the floor. Councillor Nagel.
Can you guys hear me okay?
You bet.
So I really liked what Mayor Janung said about putting a condition on it, specifically with regards to provincial regulations, because that way we're kind of putting it back on the healthcare specialists in the province to make the decision for us. If the provincial government thinks it's safe to be having large community events, then let's go for it. But if they don't, then let's not. So with your motion there, Councillor Federico, were there any conditions that you added on, or was that just a blank approval of the $45,000?
No. I think it does say should the event proceed, right? But again, I go back to the comments that I made earlier that obviously that the Lions Club would work within the town, they work within the province. You've got to meet all those different factors. There is nobody that can put on an event right now without following the guidelines, right? It doesn't matter who we are or what kind of event organizer you are. You have to follow those guidelines. So I think that from what I understand from Mr. Fergus's presentation, that's exactly what they're willing to do and wanting to do. I don't see any reason for us to really tighten the belt around those things. I think it's been made very clear about what we expect and how we expect to proceed.
Okay. Yes, I would personally like to see it go ahead if the province sees the conditions improvement, that they would relax the regulations further. So I would like to propose an amendment. I'm not sure if you'll accept it as a friendly amendment or we'll vote on it, but I'd like to propose an amendment that that option include a requirement that the province, the government of Alberta, relaxes the current COVID-19 restrictions to allow for large community gatherings in excess of 500 people. Is it a clear amendment? Or a motion for an amendment, anyways?
That's pretty clear, but I guess it would go back to, they aren't asking for $45,000, like blanket sum. They're asking for up like up to that amount, right? So I mean, obviously, if you can only have 500 people, I'm pretty sure Mr. Furcus is going to come to us and ask for $45,000. I don't even know what they'd use that money for, to be quite honest. So I think as long as they're following within regulations, that money becomes a fluid amount, not necessarily a set precedent amount that we're going to grant them $45,000. I mean, it would come back to as to what they exactly need to put on the event.
Okay, well, I'm hearing Councillor Nagel wants to move an amendment. Is that correct, Councillor Nagel?
Yeah, to make our decision to provide funding contingent.
Uh-oh. Councillor Nagel, you froze. Could you just repeat? Still frozen. That's unfortunate.
But everybody else weighs in on. I mean, I can certainly understand where Councillor Nagel's coming from. I have no problem with that. I just don't necessarily think that this should be based on a certain amount. Just I think the dollar amount will become fluid, right? I mean, like I said, you're not going to need $45,000 to put on an event, and I don't even know if the Lions Rodeo would even go ahead if they only had 200 people, like in current state, right? So it's pretty tough for me be able to kind of dictate it on a number versus what that situation looks like at the time. And like you said, that decision is not made till August. So
I disconnected for a moment there. Sorry, I couldn't hear if you guys were still talking to me. I dropped out, and then all of a sudden Councillor Fadego was talking again.
Yes, you froze, Councillor Nagel, in the middle of speaking to your amended motion, or amendment on the motion, which I believe you were trying to say. Well, you go ahead.
I just want to be clear that I was looking for an amendment to require the regulations to be relaxed, and part of the reason for that is because I want some sort of assurance that it's safe to do so, and if the province feels that it's safe to do so, then I think they will relax the regulations. And to be clear, like, I am very much in the camp that we need to not be afraid of COVID. We need to get things back to normal. We need to get people working. We need to get kids to school. But I mean, my feelings in that regard do kind of have their limits. And I think, like, if people think it's legitimately dangerous to have a big community event, then I'm not, as Mr. Furcus has indicated and said, I don't know if it's worth it to have a big community event if it is dangerous. Not the community event's not great, but it's just not quite the same essential function as, you know, having a job or getting an education. So I would like to see, see that amendment included.
Okay, so we have that amendment on the floor to deal with. Councillor McFadden, you're up next. Comment?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions just so I can understand where we're going. So Kevin, just to clarify, I had heard that you had said at the beginning of your presentation that a number of your sponsors were still on board and wanted to find a way to work with you. I think you'd had a response from about 60%. And then so from the time that your presentation, you know, was working with administration, are you still looking for the 45,000 or is that less?
You're muted, Kevin. If you could just unmute.
I did that because
Yes.
something was echoing.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I did it right. So yes, you are correct. When we first came with this letter, it was to put on the entire event, like 4 days, everything, this and that. That was the $45,000. Through conversations that we might do, probably at the most we would do a 2-day event. So the $45,000, I don't know how we're even going to reach that amount of loss. If we look at it and we see a $45,000 loss, we aren't going to put on the event just to have the town pay for it that way. Like, personally, I think the max you guys would be is at that 20,000 or something. Now, if everything goes side, if we get rained out and nobody shows up, although they're all pre-sold tickets, there still is a cost to it. But as we're sitting right now, you know, that $45,000 was what we estimated the max to be putting on the full event.
Okay, and so, yeah, so 20, that's making sense to me. So 20K for something that's more likely. And then what restrictions, like what's the number you need to, as you say, the cost worth the gain? Is it like 500 attendees? But then you've got volunteers and participants, like
That is correct.
What's the safe gathering number that you actually need from the province to make this work? Do you know?
Well, we estimated with an invitational, 10 guys in each event. Everybody gets a spouse in, blah, blah, you know, a traveling partner, that. With our volunteers, we would have about 350 to 375 paid people through the gate. So with the 500, the 350, with us reducing some of our costs, we can make it at a break even.
Okay, so if the province regulations relax to the point of 500 people being able to gather, you think you can hold this event, put on a rodeo, and have enough attendees to break even?
That's
and
correct.
then this 20,000 is not necessarily to allow that, but to backstop it, so that if everything goes wrong, the bills are still paid.
Right.
Right. So in a great situation, we can allow 500. It could be a break-even event.
And we all look good in the end. And it doesn't cost anybody any money.
There's a win-win-win, Kevin. So perhaps another, like I wish council was meeting perhaps one more time to be able to chat about this. But maybe what we should do is add some other amendments to this. I appreciate Councillor Nagel's that we want to make sure it's safe, that we're going to reduce it to 20,000. But perhaps we should make sure that the final go, no-go maybe rests with our emergency team that's making all of the decisions for how our team works. Because, and the name just went, it's a CEC right now? Just went right out of my head. Right, so, yeah, so that would be, I think, maybe the 3 conditions that would make me comfortable, is that the Lions would work with our team to do the final go, no-go around the safety, that it be $20,000 and, you know, pending provincial regulations allow it. So with those 3 amendments, I think we could land in a space that both supports and prepares for a best case scenario, but allows us to be flexible in case the worst case scenario happens. What does everybody else think?
Okay, so all right, we're getting into some procedural quagmire here, but you're adding more amendments and conditions to the, but let's keep talking. I think we're heading in the right direction. We're all kind of going there. So, Councillor Reid, I see Ms. Lowe has a draft for us there so far. Motion, but Councillor Reid, go ahead.
Yeah, I've kind of patiently been waiting through all this. Kevin, I think your group does a great job, and I would echo everything else that Council has said, both in terms of the kind of history of this event and its importance to the community, and of course the safety. And I think the Mayor summed it up really well. I mean, you know, most of the participants that are going to be attending this will probably be of your age and mine, and so we really want to be safe. But my questions were actually quite similar to Tara's. I was wondering what our emergency group, if they still exist, would say about this. And initially, Kevin, you had indicated that this proposal was put forth in early June, and obviously a lot of things have changed, and I think Tara's kind of centered in on that probably jumping to $45,000 just because we all feel great about the event and want to support it is probably not the most logical thing to do at this point. And so I think the amendment that Stacey's proposed in the chat, Tara, may be one that you'd want to consider. I don't know if you can see it or not, but I think it pretty much sums up where we're at and where I feel we might consider going.
Okay, I would just maybe direct a question to administration about the function of the ECC at this time. Ms. Lowe, are you available to speak to that? Oh, there you are.
Good
Go
evening.
for it.
Good evening, Council. Currently, our ECC is still activated, so both the deputy directors and myself as director of emergency management are still overseeing that, as well as some of the section heads, as we are still transitioning our staff back into the facilities. We can certainly assist with review of any plan that the Lions Rodeo might have in trying to manage through the restrictions of Alberta Health. But at the end of the day, our approach would be that any event would have to be consistent with those guidelines and with whatever protocols they have put in place. So it would essentially just be trying to help them work through what those guidelines and protocols mean if not clear. But ultimately, community groups and third parties are obviously responsible in the end of the day, but we are always here to help through that.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm just trying to go through the chat here. Who's Councillor Flowers? I believe you're up next. Take a breath. Unmute. There you go.
Sorry, my little bar wouldn't come up for me for some reason, being difficult. Now, what was I going to say? Just that it's been a really, really tough year, starting with budgets before Christmas, and we made some serious cuts. We've lost a lot of our FCSS funding this year. We've had cut back on our summer programs. We haven't hired as many youth and can't cut the grass. So I'd really love to see the number be a lot smaller than 45,000, just because of all that and the fact that I know other groups are going to come to us. I've heard rumors in the background. So if there's a way that we can cut that number back a lot, I would be happy.
Okay, I think what we're circling around right now is 20,000. Councillor Federico, you have a comment?
I would really rather us not get stuck in the weeds on putting a number on this. I think that Fergus has stated that they're obviously not going to probably go after $45,000 or look for funding. I would ask that they work with the town, they work with the ECC, they figure out what those regulations are. Well, why are we stipulating a dollar amount on it? You know, while we can all sit back and say, well, 20 grand is good, you got a bunch of sponsors, we don't know really what that's going to look like, and neither does Mr. Fergus. I've planned some large events, and I realize how difficult it is to get money from companies. And when you're looking for sponsorship, it can take, it could turn over between tomorrow and the next day, and all of a sudden those sponsors are gone. So, and then if we're all of a sudden saying, well, we're only going to give them $20,000, then we actually stick ourselves in a bad situation. Perhaps they end up having to come back and ask for more money. I just don't know why we aren't looking at this as a fluid idea. But the fact is, you know what, they can't proceed on current regulations as they stand. He's said that they need to have at least 500 people there. So if those regulations aren't lifted anyways, it's not going to go ahead, and we're not spending anything. So I don't know why we're getting stuck in the weeds on a dollar amount. I would just hate for us to say, well, we're only going to spend this amount and put a maximum amount on it when we really don't know what this event's going to look like in the end. Just keep it fluid, and obviously, you know what, I mean, maybe you say $20,000 and you can say, and then it can come back to council. Just, I don't know. I've just been on the other end where it's not that easy. And if you haven't planned an event, yeah, I guess maybe you probably should, because it's not that easy to all the time.
Okay, thanks for that. We can't come back to council is the only thing with the timing, unless we have a special meeting in August, and which I think from the amount of discussion around the table tonight, this is obviously an important topic and an important event for our community, for everyone here. So, Councillor McFadden, you're in the queue.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think we do have to settle an absolute number. That's council's job on that side. And it's tough. I mean, in the process right now of trying to get sponsors for a different item, and every business, every individual has been hit hard. I did want to recognize Councillor Flowers' point. I mean, looking ahead last year, we knew this was going to be a tough year before COVID hit. So we'd actually, cut back in a position. Then with the COVID budget hitting, again, we've cut back staff on the municipal level, which has affected servicing, in the parks, but in some other key areas as well. So we are running really tightly staffed right now, and it is affecting what we can do. And so we need to keep that in mind when we're getting these asks. And I really do support where administration was going, and that we create a kind of a policy to guide future asks, because once we have the summer break, it's going to be a tough fall, and it's going to be a tough winter as we go through the COVID hangover. So I think the motion that we kind of created with Mrs. Lowe's advice is where I'd really like to land. Why I'm more in the idea of making this happen with the Lions is, so many of the asks that I am going to be in favor of supporting moving ahead are going to be around, the social needs and how we help those true needs, and not necessarily the nice to haves that we've always enjoyed, that have value as well. But I do support the creation of that policy. But what the Lions have always done is they always give back. And this might be an event that provides some recreation and culture, but they translate that quickly to giving back. And whether that's helping, kids programs or seniors programs or housing programs, this is an investment that is going to allow the community to keep giving back to itself. And so I'm comfortable with where we're landing on this, with the parameter of the upper 20,000, and to give the Lions the ability to put on the best event they can. So it's a tough one. We're in tough times, but I think the amended discussion is going to will allow me to be comfortable with where we're going, and I think perhaps also to give some guidance on how we're going to approach future asks.
Okay, well, I'll just kind of circle the wagons here. We have the original motion on the floor from Councillor Fedeko, and then Councillor Nagel put an amendment on to add around the assurance of safety, so tying it to the provincial guidelines to mass community gatherings in excess of 500. And then Councillor Nagel, a question to you: would you, and I'm on a bit of a tightrope here, would you accept it as a friendly amendment to what we have listed here in our chat, which no one at home can see, so I'll just read it. That council accept the Lions Rodeo Committee presentation as information and direct administration to provide up to $20,000 to support the Cochrane Lions Labor Day Rodeo, to be funded from operating reserves should the event proceed, contingent on Alberta Health Services relaxing the current COVID-19 regulations to allow for mass community gatherings in excess of 500 people.
Yeah, my only question would be, do we want in excess of or up to or more? Like up to 500 or more?
I think gatherings in excess of 500 covers that, in my view.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's good for me.
So that's a friendly amendment to that. So on the amendment for the motion is where we're, Kevin, you're going to fall asleep in the background now while we go through this procedure. We're going to vote on the amendment, unless there's any other comments on the amendment before I call the question. I can see everybody. So, Councillor Wilson, sorry, do you have a question? Go ahead. Just got to unmute. There you go.
There we go. Thank you. I was having Councillor Flowers' problem. The bar doesn't like to come up. I was just hoping Mr. Firkus could comment quickly on the motion before us for the up to $20,000. I thought Councillor Fedeko brought up some very good points. I would just like to hear from Mr. Firkus one last time.
So does 20,000 cover it, is what you're asking?
Correct.
Councillor Wilson?
Correct.
If we don't do the 4 days, sorry, thank you, Mr. Wilson. If we don't do the 4 days, I believe that will cover it. We're looking at different avenues of revenue as well. We have chatted with a sponsor. maybe we live stream it to some people that can't come, and we can generate some income that way. There's a few ways. The reason we don't want to do that is it doesn't provide much economic impact to the town if everybody's sitting at home. But if we sell all the tickets, let's say they give us 1,000 people and we sell all their tickets, we want to still be able to give the people that would like to come the opportunity to enjoy it as well. But yes, the 20,000, I think we could do it. Honestly, I think if we get to that 500 number, it's not going, or if we get a little bit higher, I don't think it's going to cost the town anything personally. I think we can budget it out properly, that there will be no cost. The big thing is to have the support of the town up to there.
Thank you. That's the clarification I needed. Thank you, Mr. Burkus.
Okay. Yeah. Everybody could mute. We're getting a, oh, there, it's gone. Kevin, it must have been you. Okay, I'll call the question. Everybody's clear on the amendment that's on the floor? It's written in the chat beside us there. Got Councillor Nagel, you're the only one I can't see. You have a technical issue? There you are. Okay. Call the question. All those in favor of the amendment on the floor? Okay, it's carried unanimously. Wow, I should mute my microphone. Okay, thank you. So now on the main motion, which is amended, I believe we need another call the question on that. Is there any further discussion? Not. So all those in favor of the motion? That carries unanimously as well. Thank you, Mr. Firkus, for your presentation and being here tonight. I think, as I said earlier, obviously we spent a lot of time on this. This is important, not only event, but need in our community at the moment that hopefully we see some relaxation in those AHS guidelines and we're allowed to go ahead with this. So thank you for all that the Lions Club is doing for the community, and good luck over the summer, and hopefully the planning goes as planned. So thank you for being here tonight.
Yes, thank you guys, everybody. Yeah, this might be, I'm ignorant to some of the way things operate. Will I be receiving a letter if this is all approved? Will I be receiving a letter of the town's town support for this?
I'm happy to write that letter tomorrow. I'm not sure everybody got that.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your meeting, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Firkus. Okay. That is a wrap on that. We'll move on to business. 6A is the 2019 RCMP Annual Mayor's Report. Ms. Lowe, you are introducing a person that is in the chambers.
That's correct. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Every year, the RCMP provide a statistical report on prior year activities and events originating from our local police detachment. Acting Detachment Commander Sergeant Dave Bruner is here to present the annual report. Obviously, generally speaking, this report comes forward to Council to align with the RCMP's fiscal year end and some of our other emergency services annual reports, but COVID obviously has delayed this presentation, therefore they are here tonight.
Good evening, Staff Sergeant.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, admin staff. Thank you for having us in tonight. This report Mayor's report encompasses the period of January to December of 2019. The crime and recent trends are in alignment with the provincial trends in crimes. Cochrane Detachment has undergone some significant changes during this reported period. I came to the detachment on July 4th. I've been here a little over a year when I took over command. And since that time, we have seen some significant changes in our personnel. To a credit to the municipal employees and the federal employees, we have stood strong and provided, I think, the citizens of Cochrane a very credible service and done some very fine things in the community. Based on the pros data that we have, the detachment generated 7,031 files between January and December of 2019. November had the most files generated, while February had the least. Cochrane enjoys some very interesting crime types that other cities would love to have. Our top 3 workload reported crime types are vehicle MVCs, property damage that's reportable, impaired driving, and other moving traffic violations. These are things that there are cities in Canada that would die for, to have those as their top 4 reported complaints. It does validate what Maclean's magazine came out with back in February or March, that Cochrane was one of the safer cities in Canada to live, or towns in Canada to live. We ranked 214 out of the 247. So some pretty good numbers there. One of the things that when I first came, we have 2 dedicated municipal traffic members, and one of the things, concerns that came to me from the town was that they'd like to see our dedicated traffic people involved with the town of Cochrane Municipal Enforcement. We've had various initiatives and varying initiatives on that we've done in conjunction with municipal traffic, and the enforcement officers that have been very proactive, educational enforcement measures, progressing and building that partnership. One of the things that we ran last winter was several check stops were completed before and after the holiday season, utilizing an education and enforcement theme. We utilize various municipal and provincial partners, victim services, other community partners assisted in these large-scale check stops. And we actually found an innovative way to utilize citizens on patrol where they came out and assisted us and were instrumental in helping us have a very positive check stop, and assisted with people that were trying to evade the check stop. So it was very positive and a good initiative, and we'll be looking to continue that this year. The crime stats that we have are in a line with the 5-year average. Nothing really jumps off the page saying that there should be alarm bells ringing for anybody. We're consistent as all major centers that have municipal contracts. Our property offenses within Cochrane remain a detachment priority, and it's one of our most challenging crimes to solve. Our GIS and crew units have worked extensively on some major files that pass through this community. They don't always necessarily are initiated in this community, but they certainly touch this community, and they have some far-reaching effects, certainly with our larger center to the east being Calgary. The one concern that we do have, and we've discussed at the management team at the detachment, is, and this could be partially a COVID effect, but we have seen a rise in domestic violence during the period from, I would say, December to now. We've seen a 14% increase in our domestic violence, which is somewhat concerning. It's also a trend that other centers are seeing throughout the province. Like I said, our crime reduction unit and general investigations are strategically deployed. These resources focus on hotspots. Our analyst is working not only with other municipal forces, but also our crime reduction and analyst team in Edmonton to keep us abreast of the newest and latest crimes and schemes that are out there. And so through the COVID crisis, we have been able to still utilize our GIS and crime reduction unit and keep them functioning and operating. The other notable municipally funded officers are the two youth liaison and the school liaison officer. During COVID, we did a lot of work in the community, and they spearheaded it. We were part of the firemen's parade, and we took it a little bit further and donated or gathered. The people of Cochrane donated food. They come out and put it in the police trucks, and we ended up with 8 truckloads of donations for the food bank, which was just phenomenal. It was through the work of the youth liaison and the school liaison officer that we're putting this together. We also contributed to a lot of happy birthdays for youth in the community, trying to keep the spirits up. So one of the major tasks that our school and youth liaison officers had to complete was the RCMP safe plans for our schools. It's a detailed online inventory of the schools that is accessible if and when the need ever arises for our responding units in the case of an emergency. I'm not sure how it never got completed, but it is up in good stead right now. So we're happy about that. We also, just going back or commenting some more with the youth liaison, they have a very positive working relationship with the staff in the schools. We have Constable Sauvé as part of the case collaboration and the core table. This table identifies youth at risk, and we try to get some early intervention involved with these youth. And Constable Nathan Moore, he's working a lot with the elderly. Certainly that's been put on hold since COVID, but we have had, I think, 3 or 4 Coffee with a Cop, and that was hosted by McDonald's, where the officers, we go to McDonald's and have a conversation and just get to meet the citizens of Cochrane. So I would like to comment a little bit about victim services, because I know you do. The town does support our victim services unit. So during 2019, they opened 1,071 files. 732 of those files were based in Cochrane. So 46% of their overall files are domestic violence related. So that it does consume a lot of their time. and we try and put a lot of energy into that. There are a couple things that that victim services are somewhat on the front runners of the province in we worked together and they developed an app. This app is out in the community now, and it's kind of a one-stop shop for victims of violence to find direction and answers to things that they need. It's the only one that I've ever heard of in Alberta. And the second thing is they did a lot of fundraising, and they purchased a robot. It's a little robot that talks and interacts with children that are traumatized and victims of crime. So they're just getting that up and rolling, and it will be something that I think there's only one other one in Alberta right now. So again, we're front runners on that. A little bit of an update for you on the COVID crisis and how we're responding to it. So our office is what I categorize in our phase 2. So the doors are still locked, but we do have public coming. They have to phone to get in, and we have limited, because of the space that we have, we only allow 2 people in at one time. We built a wall inside our lobby to keep some separation so that we're not contaminating people. They answer the questions for COVID. They also wear a mask. It's mandatory, and things have on that way. Things have been working well for us. It's been an interesting time for sure with COVID and the challenges that we've faced in our office to keep our people safe and your people too that work in our office. But I think we've done a pretty good job in that we've had no cases. We've had people getting tested on a regular basis if the need requires. Some good news from the province is that Cochrane detachment on the whole is receiving 3 more operational members from the provincial side, which is good news. We've been pushing for this for quite a while. And we're also going to receive another PSE. So those are all very promising things. It's good for Cochrane because most of these people that will be coming in will be living in Cochrane and residents of Cochrane, and that's just good for the community. And that's all I have. And if there's any questions, I'll be happy to try and answer them for you.
Okay, thank you for that. And I want to get your rank correct. It's Sergeant Bruner.
No, you were right, Mayor. It's Staff Sergeant.
Oh,
unless
I questioned myself.
Unless somebody called you or texted you while I was up here.
I don't think I know we don't have that power.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to get it correct. I do respect everything you're doing and all the work that you've done on our behalf for our community. And you touched on it, and I'm glad you gave us a bit of a COVID update. I just want to thank you for you, your staff, the members, all of the staff working at the detachment. This has not been an easy 3-4 months, obviously, stating something that everybody knows. However, the boots on the ground, if you will, from the RCMP I've not received one negative comment about any of your actions in the past 4 months. In fact, they've all been positive, and I just want to say thank you for that. It's I know all of the work that you guys have put in and how it's changed, and being a first responder in the midst of all of this has been extremely challenging. So you have been doing an exemplary job, and with that, I don't have any questions about your report, but I do wish that you take that back to your crew and share that with them.
Thank you, Mayor, and I absolutely will. I can stand here and tell you that any success that I've had is because of all the good people that are back in that detachment working hard on a daily basis to keep this community safe. I can't tell you how proud I am of the work that every single person in that office has done in the last year. When you actually look at that, that detachment lost the OIC in charge, it lost the public servant AS2, and it lost the municipal manager. 3 of the top positions in that detachment were gone, and I challenged the employees to step up. I said that these are good opportunities to achieve and show that you have it in you to do this job, and they've responded better than I could ever imagine.
Well, that's great. I see that Councillor Reid, you have a question? We're all struggling with the mute button tonight. There you go.
There we go. Yeah, just, is it Sergeant? Is that what we've agreed on? In terms of,
well, you can just call me Dave. I'm fine with that.
Staff Sergeant, on behalf of all of us in council, I'm sure it's going to be echoed several times over, just thank you sincerely to you and your team for the community support that you've had, all of this amongst a pandemic, right, to say the least. That's just been commendable, right? I mean, you guys are visible in our community, you're members of our community, and it just feels right. And I think in many ways that accounts for the statistics that you see. I think they are what they are in terms of the kind of support that you provide to our community and the visibility that you have. And I think that's a direct result of what relates to the staff. I had a couple of questions. One was the 3 additional operational members. Will they actually be part of, I gather that there's kind of 2 arms to the detachment. Will they actually be part of the town's side of that detachment, or is it just another additional resources overall?
So they'll be attached to the province, like the province of Alberta will be paying for those positions, and so they won't be under the Muni contract, like the town of Cochrane contract, but they will be obviously in the town, probably living here, and we always reap the benefits from extra members for sure.
Yeah, great. The other question I had was, is there a geographical app that designates where the activity is that you statistically record?
Yeah, there's a crime hotspot crime mapping. We have it, and I don't know if it's up to date because our analyst has been working from home. And everybody, throughout our organization, has somewhat been working from home, which has created a lot of challenges in trying to move things forward. But yes, there is, and I can certainly see if it's been kept up to date.
And then it would be interesting just if the public were interested in knowing what it is, where it is, that maybe the town could. If we don't already, maybe we do, and I'm just ignorant to make that available. I seem to recall a year ago talking about this as well. So, but again, just on behalf of myself, I think it's just great the kind of support that you have, your members in the community, and I directly believe that is a result of why our numbers are so good. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. And that public-facing crime map is on our website.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I was pretty sure it was, but I didn't want to.
Yep, that's just the question of is it up to date, I guess. Is the one.
And I know they're working on it. I've had some contact with the analysts, and they're working on it to make sure that it's up to date.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Federico, you have a comment?
Staff Sergeant Bruner, we've had this conversation before, but I want to thank your members for all your exemplary volunteer service that you've given back to this community. I think I told you before that you guys have changed, I think, the face of RCMP in our community, of what kids look forward to, what adults look forward to. I really do feel that has made a huge difference community-wide as to not being out there being the bad guys, but instead being out there and being community supporters, being the positive, and just, I can't say enough thank you for all the volunteer hours that your staff has given back to this town. As a person who's been out at many community parades and watching RCMP drive by and sing happy birthday, it's been awesome. And Corporal Savinkoff has been fantastic to work with. Just please give him my thanks again, because this stuff can't happen without people in the background making it happen. So again, thank you to your staff, and it's made a huge difference. And I agree, it is why numbers have stayed down, but I also think you guys have done a great job in promoting that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Federico. Councillor Wilson, you have a comment? There we go.
The mute button's slow today, I'm sorry. Staff Sergeant Bruner, thank you to you and your members for your service. Much appreciated. I love hearing about the community outreach things that you're doing. It makes a dramatic impact to our community, and thank you very much. One question about your traffic numbers here. I was just looking through the report, and it says there's 2 dedicated members on municipal traffic.
That's correct.
MP. One number caught my eye. I was amazed to see that from 2018 we went to 2019. We went from 138 speeding violations to 1,023. I was just hoping we could maybe comment on that. And I had one other question too. Maybe I'll ask them both right now and just leave it to you. We get a lot of emails. I know all of us do, about traffic noise complaints and how we might be able to police traffic noise. I was wondering if you could just comment, do we have a bylaw on traffic noise, and maybe talk about some of the complications with actually enforcing that, because I know that's a very difficult thing to enforce if it's possible at all. So.
Okay, the first question is, when you have the right people doing the job, they're out there writing tickets, and that's why you'll see the jump in the numbers. We've got 2 switched on people that are out there enforcing and doing traffic tickets, and they do a good job. They set up in different parts of the community. I know that I've had people from 3 or 4 different areas in Cochrane call a detachment and thank me for having our traffic members in front of their places, trying to control some of the excessive speed. So they're good guys, and they do a good job on traffic. I think they use a blended approach of education and enforcement, and it certainly has worked out well for us. The second question was I forgot what it was.
Regarding noise violations with traffic, and
yes,
if you have a bylaw and how we enforce that right now. So
we actually have talked to Frank with Municipal Bylaw about this, and he's working on it. We've had one meeting on it, and I believe we'll probably be having a few more. It's a pretty tough situation. It's simple when it's somebody with very loud mufflers and they're wrapping them off, and they're making that excessive noise. That falls under the Traffic Safety Act. When it's just traffic noise because of the volume on the streets going by, that makes it a little harder and difficult to enforce. And that's what we're working on right now with Frank Boros from Municipal Enforcement, and he's actually done a fair bit of work on that. He's actually got more of those complaints than we have. Like, our office doesn't see a lot of those kind of complaints. So we're going to be working on that with municipal enforcement and see what we can come up with. And at the end of the day, if we can come up with something, it'll be a unified response to it on the road.
Excellent, thank you. It's more the muffler noise. I think we get annual complaints from residents. I think we probably all do, and I'm just asking on their behalf. Thank you for the response.
Yeah, and I know that, diesel vehicles, like when they're driving, just the stock diesel vehicle will make a lot of noise. And will that fall into an enforcement range? I'm not sure, because it's a stock muffler, right? So there are some challenges with that for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a couple more for you. Councillor Flowers, go ahead.
Hello. I agree with all the wonderful things that were said about your work, and thank you so much for your service. I wasn't surprised to see the domestic violence numbers go up. I think a lot of people predicted that would happen with COVID and people locked in their homes. Could you tell me, do you still have a domestic violence officer that's designated to work on that?
We absolutely do, and we've been having conversations. We do have some things in the works here, media campaign possibly to educate and try and get domestic violence a little bit more in the open and talked about. Take that veil off of it and just show people what's happening, what's going on, where they can get help, and how we can help, and see if we can get some early resolution prior to having to have police involvement and involvement with the courts. Because there's nobody wins in that situation, and if there's children involved, it really creates a hardship. So.
Okay, thank you. You also mentioned you're getting a new PSE. Can you tell me what that stands for?
Oh, sorry. It's a public service employee, so that will also be like a support staff at the office there, and it'll be just another person that is able to help with the workload that we currently have to pass around at the office. So it's a good thing.
So the province will be covering that cost as well?
The province is ponying up for that, and like these are big wins for us. Like we've been policing Alberta on numbers similar to what we had in the 1988 Olympics. We haven't seen a substantial increase in numbers on the provincial side for quite some time. So the fact that the province has done this and that we were able to get 3 is pretty big. I'm pretty happy.
It's great. I don't know where you're going to put them all. Now you just need a new building, but it's great.
It is great, and we'll find somewhere to put them for sure.
My last comment was I really like the coffee with a cop idea, and I can think of lots of people I could bring out for that. I didn't know that it was happening, but perhaps when things get back to somewhat normal, Seniors on the Bow might be a good place to visit. The mayor has regular coffee chats there, and it works out really well.
100%, I agree with you. It's the type of thing that we have a lot of good things planned, and hopefully COVID it takes its course, and we can start doing some of these things in the community, and you'll see some more positive results coming.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Great suggestion, Councillor Flowers. I could really use an RCMP guard at the Seniors on the Bow meetings. Those are just kidding. Councillor McFadden, you have a question. We still don't have a motion on the floor either, FYI.
Yeah, well, it was going to be my first question. I will put the motion on the floor to receive the report for information. My questions around domestic violence and the 3 additional officers have actually been answered. It's good to see you again, Staff Sergeant, and I did want to just give a shout out to your crew. for all the work you do, but in particular to the Black Lives Matter rally of last month. I participated in that with my daughter, and it was great to be there and feel safe, and to see the RCMP members there making sure that that rally was a success and a safe event. So thank you for all you do, and I'm glad to hear that the domestic violence concerns, that there's being some deliberate actions and thought put to how that we can address that as a community. So thank you very much for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, so I believe you have one last item?
I do. Just before I go, I wanted to introduce Sergeant Richard McKay, who's here with me today. Sergeant McKay is filling the operations NCO position that Staff Sergeant Callis had filled. He's taken an assignment in Calgary at the RTOC, which is an RCMP position in the city of Calgary, so that we share information real time, up and running. So I got Sergeant McKay from the Federal Intelligence Unit. He brings with him a lot of experience, which is good for the attachment. I don't know if everyone on council was aware, recently Sergeant Singleton was promoted to the NCOIC of Canmore Detachment, so it left a bit of a void on that side. I kind of went head hunting and was able to land Richard, who's been a welcome addition to the team here, and so we're pleased to have him. He brings a wealth of knowledge with his background. And would you like to say a few things quickly?
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for introduction, Staff Sergeant Brunner. I am just happy to be here and look forward to working with the community.
Well, welcome to Cochrane.
Thank you.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant, for everything tonight. We have a motion on the floor to accept his information. Call the question. All those in favor? It is carried, I believe. Some people are frozen, but we had the hands, so that carries. Thank you for being there and here tonight. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for all you guys do.
Thank you. Okay, I think we'll take a 2-minute recess here. Maybe we'll get the internet bugs ironed out with the system being jumbled for some, and do a bit of a bio break here, grab a glass of water, and we'll see you in 2 minutes. 7:35, maybe we'll come back. Thank you.
Council. Just wanted to provide you an update on COVID-19 and the town's response, as this is your last meeting before the summer break. So in terms of the current numbers, there's 2 active cases in Cochrane. We're really focusing, although there's only 2 active cases, and the numbers are quite low, they also demonstrate that the virus is still here. So we have to have continued vigilance with this. And in order to be continually be vigilant with our response, of course we're encouraging people to wash their hands, stay home when they're sick, but also be kind and compassionate to others. As we've learned as we're re-entering our facilities, everybody is really on different places in terms of the spectrum of COVID and their response individually to it. So we have to understand and be compassionate of others. But one of the things we really wanted to focus on this evening was our community's resiliency. And really, there's a couple things that are key traits of resiliency. That's leadership, adaptability, excuse me. I don't know where I was struggling with that, and then attitude. And really, I think we've made great strides with that. We've obviously been very positive. We're supporting local business. We've got helping out your neighbors. And then food baskets. That's something that I wanted to just highlight, something that we're really proud of. Over the last 3 months, the town has delivered 393 food baskets. That's fed 690 adults and 500 children. These deliveries were supported by a number of town staff who were redeployed throughout COVID. So I'm really proud of how everyone came together to ensure the success of this program. This program also showed how amazing staff are at adapting and adjusting to changes while working with our community partners. So one of the things I also wanted to touch on was reopening of town facilities. Most town facilities have now reopened to the public in some capacity. Staff reentry and public reopening was carefully planned by our ECC to keep staff and the public safe and continue to limit the spread of COVID-19. I just want to make a quick correction to, I said that there were 2 active cases, there are actually 3 active cases. So the information, as we've learned throughout this whole experience, changes very rapidly. But just in terms of our public facilities, the Eco Center opened on June 2nd, the visitor information on July 2nd, the Ranch House on July 6th, as well as FCSS. So I'm very proud of all of our staff continuing to deliver services throughout the pandemic. But now what we really wanted to do is share one last item with you. COVID-19 has really shaped our day-to-day lives for the last few months. And as our lives return to sort of a state of normal, we wanted to capture those moments, what it was like throughout our community. So while we've been responding to the pandemic, we also took the opportunity to try and capture this so it could be something that we could remind us of the journey that we've been on. Where we're doing virtual meetings like this, where we can't get together for community events, play sports, see our extended family, or have a coffee with our friends. And really, what we wanted to do is share this with you. And so what we've done is we've worked with a local photographer, Mr. Bill Marsh. We're really proud of what we've put together and how our community has responded with positivity, kindness, and community support. And so we're going to share a glimpse of what has been created and what it's looked like, this journey for us in Cochrane. And it's really a reminder of how resilient our community is and that we're truly proudly Cochrane. So if you'll give me a moment, I'll just share my screen and share this with you. Just one moment.
Woke up this morning with the sunrise in my eyes.
I'm not getting any sound, Drew. Is there?
like a new day.
Are you not getting any sound?
No.
Oh. All right, just one moment, please.
Let me just reboot it.
Okay. Can you hear the sound now?
No.
Woke up this morning with the sunrise in my eyes, just like a new day, a breath of fresh air in my life. I don't know how, I don't know why, but I'll be toasting all my life. My boots and briefcase are waiting at the door. My ride's sweeter to meet the one I love. I don't know how and don't know why, but I'll be toasting all my life. Sweeter the first time around.
All right, unfortunately, I guess you could not hear the audio, so my apologies for that. That sort of only gives it half of its impact. But again, this is a video that we're very proud of. It captures our COVID journey. This is to be released on social media tomorrow morning. I will make sure that we send you all a copy this evening, so you have an opportunity to see that before it does go to the public. But that wraps up my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I do apologize. We did test it earlier today, and the sound did work, so my apologies.
Nothing to apologize for. This is just another example of our COVID journey together. Some of the technological glitches that we've all had to endure, not just here, but I'm sure in every community. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Hyman, for that. I do appreciate the efforts that went into that video, the shots, I'm sure everyone will say something, so I won't try to steal all the thunder here. The point is I thought it was important that, as you did, I guess, to capture the journey. It's easy for us to leap ahead and look at what's next, but it's difficult in these times to actually sit and stop and remember what we've all gone through. And it is a small window, a small example of some of the things and the highlights that Cochrane has done as a community, but also, as you mentioned, as an organization. I think you're right, and I'm grateful for you and your team and all of the town staff that have provided services through all of this, and the way that Cochrane residents and businesses have responded in response as well. It's overwhelming to look back at a lot of that, and the burden that it's put on a lot of people has been just, again, overwhelming. But here we are, we're adapting, we're overcoming, and we're moving forward. But I'm really happy that we were able to capture some of what Cochrane went through in that video. So thank you for that, and to all town staff for everything they've done to help contribute to that. And I would actually at this point also highlight that this was all done without us having missed a meeting. You brought that up to us the other day in private, but I think it's important to highlight that in a public forum, that while on the outside it may not seem too different. I mean, we're all playing family squares now, and we're all in one screen. If someone's streaming this virtually, they may not notice a difference, but under the water, those duck feet have been so busy, and it's not gone unnoticed, and we appreciate all that you've done to keep us up and functioning. So, thank you. Does anybody have any comments or questions for Mr. Hyman on the COVID response update / video? Don't see any. Okay. Is there a motion to receive as information? Councillor Reid? Okay. All those in favor? That carries.
Thank you. We will get a copy of the video to you here shortly so you can listen to it with sound. It does make a significant difference. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Well, now we have something to look forward to at the end of the meeting. Okay, we will move into Social Recovery Task Force 6B. Update to council from, I believe it's Ms. Kralik.
It is. I'm here. I'm just going to get my screen shared here. Hope technology is working in my favor.
We've all been stumbling with it. You do. You're good company.
I think I have it. So, good evening, Mayor Janung, members of council. I'm here this evening to provide you with an update on the work that the Social Recovery Task Force has undertaken over the past couple months. The terms of reference outline that our task force is responsible for collaborating with local support agencies and government to create opportunities to support and enhance the well-being, safety, and resilience of residents. Our task force has been tasked with conducting environmental scans, providing advice and increasing awareness of social issues and the resources available, building networks of support, bringing people together to collaborate and coordinate response, advocating for programs and services, assessing funding needs, and working with the Economic Recovery Task Force. We have a passionate group sitting around the table. The task force consists of Mayor Janung, Councillor Flowers, and representatives from FCSS, Rotary, Helping Hands, the Active Vets, Victim Services, and Big Hill Haven. The beginning work of the task force was focused on conducting environmental scans to identify emerging needs and service gaps. The task force developed and implemented 2 separate surveys, one for residents to understand the social, emotional, and financial impacts of COVID-19, and another for organizations to help us understand the impact of the pandemic and how it's impacted finances and operations of our nonprofits. So I'm going to start off with the resident survey and the results that we received. The survey was available from June 12th to June 29th. And in this 2.5-week period, we received 552 responses, which we were absolutely thrilled with. The survey was available online through the Town of Cochrane's Let's Talk platform and was also made available on the Cochrane Eagle for those who didn't have access to online or social media. A 2-page spread appeared in the Eagle, so people had the opportunity to actually put pen to paper and complete the survey as well. This is one of the initiatives that came out of the task force. So I will run through the demographics just really quickly so you all have an idea of who responded to the survey. The majority of our residents were over the age of 31, with our highest demographic being 46 to 64 years of age. We did struggle to reach our 18 and under population with only a 1% response rate. We had a higher demographic of female respondents, and most respondents lived within the Town of Cochrane. The majority of our respondents identified as heterosexual. 93 were Canadian citizens, with a small percentage identifying as permanent residents or temporary foreign workers. This slide shows the number of people that were living within the household. The largest number of respondents had 2 people in their household, and the majority had 3 or more people living within their home. 43% of respondents had children within the household between the ages of 0 to 18, and 33% of respondents had someone in their home over the age of 65. This one was really interesting to me. We had a large range of incomes participate in our survey, and I was really happy to see that we reached residents within the lower range of incomes as well. The highest number of respondents was 15%, and they were between the $40,000 to $60,000 range. And finally, we ask this on every single survey we ever put out because we're always interested to find out where people get their information from. And it's pretty divided, pretty equal between social media, websites, and newspaper and the Town of Cochrane activity guide. So if you have questions or want me to stop and pause, please do just interject. I'm going to try to fly through this just for the sake of time so we're not all here till midnight. I could talk about this forever, but I will save you some of the pain. So we're getting into the mental health and personal well-being section of the survey. We felt it was really important to understand how people were doing prior to the pandemic. And what we heard was 83% reported having either good, very good, or excellent mental health prior to COVID. We asked residents to rate their level of concern on a variety of different things. This graph, the blue bar indicates extremely concerned, the red very concerned, the green somewhat concerned, and the purple was not at all. 75% identified concern about their own physical health, 71% about their own mental health, 78% were concerned about the level of stress in their lives, 86% expressed concern about vulnerable family members' health, and 75% were concerned about overloading the health system. 69% were concerned about family stress from confinement, 77% about disruption of day-to-day life, 87% were concerned and were uncertain about the future, 64% expressed concern about accessing essential goods, 35% of respondents were concerned about the increase in disagreements and conflict in their homes, and we did hear earlier this evening about increase in domestic violence. We heard from our respondents that only 3% were concerned about violence in their home, but again, this was only 552 people responding to the survey. We also followed up with an open-ended question, asking people, what other concerns do you have? And a whole range of comments appeared. Common concerns identified were around children, school closures, childcare closures, the economy, job loss, missing family, and social isolation. One of the things that I think is important to mention is that we received literally pages and pages and pages of qualitative data. The final report that we ended up with was well over 120 pages. So people use this survey almost as a way to process and heal from some of what they were going through as a result of the pandemic. It just provided a place for people to be able to express their concerns. And compiling the data did take hours and hours, so I did want to give a shout out to my team members, Terry Lauer and Nicole Kopsis, who spent hours putting these into themes for us. The next question we asked was to check in on mental health and personal well-being. And as you can see, many respondents experienced things like helplessness, loss of interest and pleasure in their daily activities, change in sleep patterns, increased irritability in moments of anger, increased anxiety, and 14% reported an increase in alcohol and drug use. We also wanted to know what was impacting people's state of mind. And you can see it's kind of all over the map. One of the things that we noted of special interest was that 87% of respondents reported that news appearing in the media was having a negative impact on their state of mind. So again, it goes back to reframing those messages and trying to keep things more positive. On a very positive note, 62% of respondents reported that they felt that they had a strong sense of belonging to the community. And when we asked about people's top 3 networks of support, friends, family, and faith groups came out on top. In terms of access to technology, 99% of respondents felt they had adequate access, which is really important because a lot of services and supports have moved to the virtual format. 82% of respondents felt that they did have the mental health support that they needed, and 71% stated they were aware of the mental health resources that were available in the community. Also very positive, respondents had a positive outlook on the future of Cochrane social well-being. 61% were either excited or happy about the future, and 33% were neutral. 5% felt sad, and only 1% of the respondents expressed anger. So now we're going to move into some financial impacts and job security questions and responses. 33% of respondents either lost their job or someone in their household experienced job loss. And 32% of respondents have stated that they found it much more difficult or somewhat more difficult to meet their financial needs. We also asked a question to try to gain an understanding of people's future financial situation. 41% of respondents worry that their financial situation will worsen if things don't change fairly quickly. We asked about food, and this one was surprising to us as well because only a very low percentage were worried about their ability to provide food for themselves or their families. It sat at 5% of respondents reporting that it was very likely they would run out. We asked about housing. The majority of respondents were homeowners, with only 13% renting or staying with friends. And we also wanted to gauge where people would be at in the next 6 months financially in terms of their home situation. And 6% of respondents stated that they'll likely need to move because they can no longer afford their home. This graph shows the percentage of respondents that applied for financial relief services. So 55% applied for some form of financial relief, 14% applied for CURB, and a smaller number had deferred payments on mortgages, utilities, property tax, credit cards, those type of things. When we asked about people's financial outlook, only 27% expressed that they had absolutely no concerns at all, leaving 70% of respondents being concerned about financial stability. Within the survey, we also included a couple of questions to assist the Economic Recovery Task Force with their response. We asked if residents would visit a non-essential business if they had good safety measures in place. 78% said they would either be somewhat or very comfortable going to a non-essential business. We also asked, what would help you feel safe? And again, we got hundreds and hundreds of different answers, but all their responses lend directly to the Open and Safe campaign that's been initiated by Development Services and the Economic Recovery Task Force. So they're doing some good work there. We did share these responses back to the task force, and we're looking on ways that we can work together as well. So we did ask a bunch of open-ended questions as well to let residents provide in their own words how they're doing. We asked for suggestions on programs to keep your spirits up. And what we heard in a nutshell was people want to be connected. They're lonely, they miss their friends, they miss their family, and they miss their community. We also asked what the top priorities of the Social Recovery Task Force should be, and 3 top themes emerged. First being safety. People want to know what they can do safely. Lots of comments about hard to keep up with the rules, that guidelines are always changing. People are looking for direction on what they can do, and they're looking for positive messaging. So they don't want to know what they can't do. They're looking on what can I do, and what am I allowed to do? The other theme was mental health. So people are worried about the impact of their own mental health and those they love. They're looking for supports, resources, and ways to improve. And finally, community was a big one. We heard loud and clear over and over again that people are lonely. And we know the antidote to loneliness is connection and community. People want to connect, they want to be back together, and they want to know how to do it safely. We also asked the question, what has changed for the better as a result of COVID? And we got tons of feedback. People identified many ways that the pandemic has had positive impacts, things like slowing down, more time with family, time with my partner, less driving, sense of community, essentially just pushing pause for a little bit. On the flip side, we also inquired what has changed for the worse. And 5 main themes emerged: loneliness, financial insecurity, increased stress and fear, social isolation, and the impact of school and childcare closures. And then I just included a few comments, but we received pages and pages of positive comments on Cochrane, the community, and the people, and lots of thanks for the task force as well for putting out the survey and giving people a place to have a voice. So we also distributed an organizational survey to try to understand how nonprofits have been impacted by the pandemic. This survey was only open for a very short period of time, and we received to date a 32% response rate. So we were trying to find out what the impacts are and what organizations have experienced. 67% experienced reduced revenue because of sales and fees. 58% received increased funding to support program delivery through grant opportunities and different funding that's available. 85% reduced revenue from fundraising was a big one we heard loud and clear. However, on the flip side, 32% received increased donations. So it's kind of all over the map, depending on the organization. 55% experienced increased costs to support program adaptations, technology, working remotely. How do we do what we do in this new environment? And 50% expressed that they experienced decreased costs because of cutbacks to travel, meeting room space, program supplies. 63% have reduced financial reserves. 76% experienced increased demand for services. 95, so very high, experienced a disruption to services. 85% experienced challenges with working remotely. And 43% acknowledged that they need to update or create remote work or sick leave policies. We asked organizations if they see potential to collaborate with partners that they have never worked with before, and 81% said yes. When we inquired about organizations remaining operational, 24% had to shut their doors, not permanently, but just until further notice. and 47% remained operational but had to adapt their services. In terms of staffing levels, 9% actually increased staff during COVID. 38% staffing levels remain the same, and the other half had to reduce staff hours, temporarily lay off staff, or reduce staff salaries. And almost half of the organizations surveyed experienced a decrease in volunteers, and 24% reported that their ability to recruit volunteers decreased as well. No organization that responded is delivering programs the way they always have. Almost half are delivering programs, but in a modified way. 40% have reduced capacity to deliver programs, and 9% are no longer delivering their regular programs. This just shows the financial impact that these organizations have experienced. So they're anticipating that less than 50,000 will be impacted as a result of COVID. 38% stated that, and then 14% both stated that it'll impact their organization between 50 to 100 or 100 to $250,000. And this we know well. Pretty much every single one of our organizations relies on government funding to a different extent. Just under half organizations that were surveyed applied for emergency funding to support their operations. And as you can see down the side, a variety of grants were applied for. On a positive note, 76% of organizations feel they will be able to perform their regular operations for the remainder of 2020. And the optimism of our nonprofits is amazing. 100% of us are optimistic that we'll recover from COVID. Of course, to varying degrees, but we all have optimism within us. We wanted to know what the town can do to support our organization, and the top areas were identified as provide information on grant opportunities, knowledge on new ways of partnering, and knowledge on data and future trends. We also asked our organizations what their greatest concerns were, and the themes are fairly consistent. Organizations are worried about funding, protecting the health and safety of their staff, volunteers, and clients, and their ability to meet the growing needs. And we also asked them what should the top priorities be for the task force, and it came back as provide info and funding, support the most vulnerable, grant support, collaboration, education, and create a plan to support in-person services and events. The information that we've gathered from both surveys has been critical to helping our task force develop our response. So we are in the beginning phases of developing our goals. And we've identified kind of 4 top areas that we want to get started on. The first being develop a coordinated communication campaign to increase awareness of resources and services. An ongoing struggle for all social agencies is to help create awareness of the supports that are available. This isn't new, this isn't COVID. This has been a long time struggle of all of our organizations, because no matter how much advertising or promotion we do, people don't often take in the information until they need the support personally. But we are working with our communications department to develop a strategy that will help us to address our goals, as the majority of the goals that we've outlined are directly tied to communication and increasing community awareness. One of our top priorities is to encourage community groups and residents to create innovative opportunities to connect safely. Both surveys actually clearly show that the past few months of isolation have taken a big toll on our residents. People are missing family, they're missing friends, and they're missing community, and they're lonely. And we know that in order to fix loneliness, we actually need to create connection. So we're very interested in helping people understand the Alberta Health Services guidelines, emphasizing what people can do, and encouraging residents and community groups to be innovative and think outside the box to bring people together safely. So we're also interested in working with the Economic Recovery Task Force on this goal, because there's some commonalities here. Businesses are also looking for ways to bring community together, help people understand the guidelines and feel safe. We also want to ensure that we disseminate the results of the resident survey to our residents of Cochrane and share a response. A lot of time was spent by a lot of people completing the survey, and we want people to know that we heard them and that we're responding. One of the ideas that has come up from our task force was to develop a speaker series to address identified concerns. So to go through and maybe put together a series that includes information on mental health, domestic violence, family conflict, healthy relationships, financial supports, and putting that out to the community so they know that we're hearing their needs. And finally, we want to provide an information session to support our nonprofits. So we want to be able to share the survey results with them so they know and understand the needs of the community. We want to provide information on available grants. Also, just of note, we're in the process of creating an information portal that will be available on the Town of Cochrane website for organizations that will have a listing of available grant opportunities and different resources to support and build their organizational capacity. And of course, we want to create opportunities for our nonprofits to collaborate and work together. That was a whole lot of talking in a very short period of time. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Well, thank you, Ms. Crowley. Before we go to Councillor Fedeko, as our representative, Councillor Flowers, would you like to put the motion on the floor? I'm kind of calling you out.
Waiting for my mic to cooperate, but yes, that was a great presentation, Ms. Krawick, and thank you for your leadership on this. It's been great working with you. I know you've got good people in the background, but your leadership has been key to moving this forward so quickly, meeting every week and all the work that's done in behind the scenes. Thank you for that. And yes, I would like to put the motion forward that we receive this update as information.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Flowers. Councillor Fedeko, you have a comment?
Yeah, as obviously I have like people screaming in the background. You know what, I would like to commend your committee for all the good work that they've absolutely done. But also I think that there's a couple of key points that you made, and I wanted to ask you one quick question. One is on the point of collaboration. I think that whether or not we're talking about the social side of things or the economic side of things, this is where people really need to get on board, is all about a collaboration. And people need to start to realize that we need to do things differently. It doesn't matter if you're a business or if you're an organization, we really, really need to drive home the point that we can't do things the same way that we've always done them because they're comfortable. Communication is key. I absolutely agree with you. And I think that this is something that, I mean, as sitting as somebody on the economic task force, I mean, I absolutely encourage both task forces to make sure that we are utilizing the groups and the committees that we already have in place working for the town. So we have a number of committees, whether or not we're talking about Spray Lakes, CPC, SLSFSC report, we all have very different social circles. And so if all of us can have the information, because I mean, I was quite surprised to hear that there was even a survey that went out or even anything that went out to organizations. I would have loved to have been able to share that information within my own circle. And I think that we're kind of missing the point. If we are not utilizing our own groups that we have, you know, we can advertise in the paper, we can advertise on Town of Cochrane administration or whatever you want to look at it through Facebook, but we're missing the point of some big areas for some of us on council and within those groups can be healthy. And then I guess my last question for you, Ms. Kralbeck, is what does it look like as we move forward into fall? I mean, there are so many unknowns means right now. I think a lot for parents, even for myself personally, that we don't know what schooling is going to look like. We don't know if people are going back to work like regular. We don't know if, you know, perhaps members of our family are going to lose their jobs. I mean, it is a scary time, and there's not a lot of jobs. There's not a lot of security. What are you anticipating going to be the biggest need as we move forward? Not at the end of, not going into fall necessarily, but even into 2021.
Absolutely. And this survey that we put out is literally a snapshot in time, right? We put it out in June to capture how people are doing, and we are hearing that there are a lot of financial concerns, and if things don't change, things are going to get worse for people. Within the survey, people also talked about, right now my job is secure, but, and I have work right now, a lot of construction workers, we had comments that, yes, things are happening, we're finishing up projects that were already on the books. What happens when those new projects don't come in? So we are looking at all of those different things. We tried to ask questions to anticipate needs, but absolutely there's so many unknowns that exist, and I think the best we can do is do our best to anticipate, see if we can get some grant funding in place to support that. Domestic violence conflict is increasing, so we know these things, and let's get some strategies in place to support those needs.
And I realize that I'm open to question because I know that none of us really know, but I do encourage it if you guys come up with anything that we can help as council members, as committee members, as people of society. Please let us know how we can share that message. I don't think any of us are beyond doing that, but if we don't know what the message is personally or what we're supposed to share, then it's lost altogether. So please send an email personally through council, it doesn't matter, because I would love to share what you guys are doing and how we can get community to be involved in what our solutions are going to be as we move forward. So thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Reid, do you have a comment? You're good? Oh, now you're not.
Oh, I'm good.
There we go.
Thanks, Kim, for the presentation. It was great. I just want to echo what Marty has said. I think that there are a number of existing infrastructures that should be used. That's probably a flash of the blinding obvious to you and your task force, but thank you and your task force for the work you're doing. I really appreciate it. I support it, and I really support the kind of general nature of your goals and priorities. You know, so often when there's the sample size, the representative sample size that you're working with is so small in relation to the overall population that some people draw all these massive conclusions from them, but your goals and your priorities are general enough that I think you take and embrace the whole Cochrane community. So I really appreciate that and the work of your group. But yeah, you know, great job. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor McFadden?
Thank you, Kim. Good job. As always, I always appreciate your leadership and how well you understand the community and always your creative thinking. Looking ahead, what are kind of the 3 tasks that you'd really like to see achieved by this fall?
One of the big flags for us was definitely mental health. So we're looking at ways of how do we help support that? How do we address it? And as a task force, what we've come up with is trying to get our community back together. So it even goes back to the earlier presentation from the Lions and creating an opportunity for people to come together and to celebrate and be part of something, because I think it's been hard for people being alone in their homes with their thoughts for 3 to 4 months without that contact. So that's a big piece, and also making sure that people know we have tons of supports and resources in Cochrane. We're so fortunate. We have so many organizations, but a lot of it is a case of making people aware that they exist and knowing where to go if they need help. So that communication piece is a big big area too. Did I even answer your question?
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, I just want to kind of get an idea of what your priorities were, and if I heard them correctly, it's communications about the resources that are in place, because we do have a lot, and then also that people are feeling, lonely and isolated, and how do we address that mental health challenge, through the fall. So I think that's what I heard, and that makes sense. Communications is the key, and you said you were going to be working with the communications team, and I'm sure that once that suite of communication tools is ready, let council know. I'll be more than glad to promote it through all my networks, as Marnie said. So my only real suggestion, maybe, I do appreciate the shout out or the kind of engagement of the economic development piece in part of your survey. But both task forces, the economic development and this one, said they want to collaborate. And maybe that's something we should be prepared for in the fall, is how do the two groups start deliberately collaborating. So anyway, but a good step, and I really appreciate how nimble you and your team have been in adapting to the COVID, and I certainly appreciate all the long and extra hours you and your team have been putting in. So keep up the good work and stay healthy.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, Kim, it's been an honor to work with you. Actually, I'm the only male voice of the Social Recovery Task Force, so I am balancing the. No, I'm not at all. It's been really good. I've learned a lot. One of the things I've really learned, and you've touched on it, is the amount of amazing social programming and groups we have available in our community that do excellent work. And I have not had an opportunity as mayor over the last couple of years, only to touch base with a few of these organizations here and there, but it's been interesting to work week in, week out with some of the groups and really understand and hear the way you guys attack things. And I've just been kind of sitting back in awe and appreciation of everything that's been happening. And I think to touch on what Councillor McFadden was talking about, you really did answer the question, but if I could answer it in a little bit more in specifics, and it's what exactly you said, but to make awareness of the support groups, Staff Sergeant Bruner actually talked about this, the app that Victim Services has created. This Social Recovery Task Force is looking at creating, embellishing that app, making it more available and readily available in a way that we all communicate. We're on our phones, and it's maybe not showing up on the screen, but it's an app that anybody that you may not have the need now, but if you have the app, when you do need it, it's there. So I've been quite excited about this app as a way to proliferate the word, I guess, that these great organizations and people exist in Cochrane. The messaging we've talked about, we all have seen those COVID response messages, the big orange boards as you drive into most communities. I believe we have over half a dozen of them in around Cochrane. We've been talking around the table about utilizing those for a positive messaging, and it's kind of piggybacking on the economic recovery side with the open and safe. This will be some suggestions on what you can do. And I think it was Mr. Plumman who said, if you're looking for something to do with 50 of your closest friends, why don't you go down to X, right? So I think that positive reinforcement messaging of what you can do is another example of the communication strategy that we're talking about, one example. And then the encouraging the community events. We've had a lot of conversation around the table about backyards, the block parties, events. We talked about it earlier this evening with the Lions Rodeo. Those types of things are so important. So highlighting those and encouraging residents to get out and do some stuff, to just connect. I mean, we live in such a great community, and I think this has just highlighted how great it is when you take away the community part of the community and not allow people to interact, it's really, I think, what draws a lot of people to live here in the first place. So it's really no big surprise that this is standing out. So I'm really pleased with the work that everybody's been doing. It's been a great roundtable contribution. And as far as the collaborating, we have had Mr. Corman presented to the Social Recovery Task Force, and I think it's our intent to have you come to the Economic Recovery Task Force to do a presentation there and keep connecting the dots and overlapping. It's important. So I really want to thank you for the work that you're doing, and back to all of the task force. Thank you. Good presentation tonight.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from Ms. Kralik on this particular item, the Social Recovery Task Force update? I would highlight we're meeting throughout the summer as well. I think we're continuing to meet weekly in and amongst everybody's holiday breaks and whatever we're going to forge on, because we know that we need to, whatever we're going to do needs to be swift, accurate, and responsive to the community. So that was good to do that last meeting. So I don't see any other fingers in the air. So call the question. Councillor Flowers, you put the motion on the floor to accept his information. All those in favor? And it carries. Thank you, Kim, for being here tonight.
Great, thank you.
Okay, 6C, screaming through the agenda tonight into 6C, Cochrane Heights Slope Investigation. Ms. Lowe, I believe the podium there it is. Take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Town administration has been working with homeowners located on the 4th Avenue North area for years in relation to slope stability concerns related to the slope located at the rear of their homes. In addition to preliminary geotechnical investigations, there's been comprehensive review of historical documents and records to try and understand the history of the development in the area and what's been experienced over time. Instability in that area dates back as far as 1992. At that time, monitoring was undertaken in relation to what was then referred to as the Lower Retreat Road. In addition to that, the homeowners at the time had also approached the town with a desire to work together outside of any formal legal action to stabilize the slope by way of a retaining wall. Engineers were engaged at the time and were looking into the evaluation of what was going on with the slope, as well as what could be done to mitigate it. The town continued to monitor and provide recommendations receive recommendations from those engineers, and ultimately the decision was made to close the road due to its instability and undertake works related to reclamation of that area, as well as the town at the time decided to contribute to the cost of the construction of a gabion wall. That was in partnership with the homeowners, who also paid a portion by way of local improvement levy. In 2014, as a result of resident concerns that were brought forward, the town at the time engaged E2K Engineering to undertake a very preliminary investigation and monitoring on town lands in the area. At the time, we were noting that there were scarps and cracks in the area within privately owned lands as well as on the town's lands. It's not possible to determine whether the failure of the gabion wall is the result of the slope or if the slope is causing the failure of the gabion wall, based on the information we have right now. We undertook additional monitoring in 2016. However, it has been identified that we require additional monitoring and information and for those devices to be installed on private lands, both upslope and below where the town lands are located in privately owned yards. This information is going to be necessary in order to determine what exactly is occurring and what the possible mitigation and or remediation might look like. With the ongoing concerns and recent discussions related to potential future developments, administration feels it's timely to undertake the measures needed to fully understand the slope stability and any mitigation or remediation measures that may be needed to be taken by landowners going forward. It's important to note that the town is only one landowner in the area, and that investigation would impact both the Franciscans' lands, which is located just above the town lands, and then the private yards of the private homeowners below. It is being recommended that installation of additional inclinometers and monitoring being undertaken with funds to be allocated from the Environmental Priorities Operating Reserve. The estimated budget of $75,000 includes 2 years of monitoring, or I'm sorry, a 2-year monitoring program. It's not anticipated that the full $75,000 would be expended in this year, as primarily what would occur is installation of the inclinometers and any baseline readings that would be required. Ongoing monitoring costs would then be included in future operating budgets coming forward for council consideration in the future. We will be working directly with individual homeowners where the inclinometers have been recommended to be installed in order to secure the required access agreements with those homeowners. As I noted, the funding for this would be allocated from an existing environmental operating reserve, which has $75,000 in it presently, so it would deplete that operating reserve, but it would allow us to undertake the installation and begin the monitoring in that area. So I'm open for any questions that council may have at this time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lowe. So if I understand you correctly, this is a measuring of the slope to be able to make decisions in the future on remedies of the slope failure.
That's correct.
Okay. Councillor Reid, you have a question?
Yeah, I don't know all the history of this, and I suspect it's probably sorted. Maybe some of my fellow councillors know, those that have been on council previously. I mean, the reason that I think that I would support this initially is that it might, in addition to addressing the immediate problem, also give us some information as it relates to what might appear to be a Franciscan proposal that might come forward in the near or not too near future. And because I believe that hill has problems all over it in relation to this sort of thing. So yeah, I think it might be interesting to take this plunge and do it.
Okay, Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, thank you. I'll move the recommended action. I have a couple of questions on this. So with the current monitoring, what kind of updates are we getting currently? Does our engineering team get those every 3 months, 6 months? What type of knowledge have we gotten already?
So the last monitoring that was undertaken was late 2016, with the report coming forward, I believe, 2017, and that was when E2K indicated that that they would require the additional inclinometers to understand what was really truly occurring across the span of the slope itself, which is why they are suggesting that inclinometers be installed both in private residents' backyards as well as up into the Franciscan lands. And that process will then require some access agreements and then the mobilization of the equipment itself.
Okay, so what's the timeline, I guess, on getting these devices in place? Sorry, I lost it.
The inclinometers. So once we have council support of expending the funds out of the reserve account, I will notify E2K that we have approval to go forward. We will require the access agreements to be in place ahead of that. Those agreements have been drafted, and it's just a matter of starting to meet with the individual landowners to get those in place. So the hope would be that they would be installed this summer with monitoring, at least a baseline monitoring, to occur before the ground would freeze.
Okay.
I believe the additional monitors are, there's 4 additional inclinometers that are being requested to be installed. 1 located on the Franciscan lands, and then there would be 3 within private property.
Okay, all right. And so then how much of the $75,000 is going to be pulled out of this year?
So the installation of the inclinometers is approximately $50,000. So it's a majority of the budget is actually getting the equipment in place, and then the ongoing monitoring would make up the remainder of that.
Excellent. Okay, well, thanks for that. I think this is knowledge that we need to have in place as we look at decisions in the area. And I certainly enjoyed getting you to say inclinometer many times. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McFadden. Councillor Federico?
With one being on the Franciscan's land, is there way that they are going to come back and offer maybe some funds to kind of cover the costs, or are we looking at them to kind of chip in towards any sort of data that we're collecting from this?
I think at this point, our approach would be that it's information that we need to ensure that council and administration have all of the information going forward as we try to address the concerns of the individual landowners, particularly the concerns are being brought forward by the homeowners that are at the base of the hill. So the approach that we are taking is that this is due diligence so that we can determine what any remediation or mitigation strategy would look like. And then at that point, certainly administration would be looking to have all the parties at the table to discuss what those strategies might look like and who might be responsible for contributing.
Perfect. Yeah, I think that's probably a lot of people want to hear right now is that this is not being, it's not being done by a developer or somebody looking to develop the lands. Instead, it is the town looking at what is in the best interest of the town, which I want to commend you guys on, because that is a very different message than a group of interested people vested in developing an area coming to do research on land versus us doing research on our own land to determine whether or not this is right fit for the town of Cochrane. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Padeco. Councillor Reid, you have one additional question?
Yeah, just wondering what success we've had with these type of things in the past. I seem to recall being, when I chaired CPC, there were other places where we did like monitoring, and the results seem to be mixed. But again, I may be dated and I may be wrong. I'm just curious if you could share that with us.
I can say that certainly in my experience since coming to Cochrane with slope monitoring and inclinometers and all things gabion walls, through that I have learned that certainly things can change. As you are measuring in one area, there's always things that come up, whether or not the geotechnical changes or the springs, are showing up in one year or they don't show up in another. But ultimately, it gives the more data we have, the more certain that the engineers can be that the solution that they're bringing forward is accurate. So for example, through the monitoring of Bow Ridge, the engineers that we're working with at this time are quite certain about what is actually occurring with the walls because we have so many years of data from those inclinometers. So it's not an absolute for sure, but it does provide them with the information they need to bring forward resolution and mitigation strategies that they're certain will actually impact in a positive way.
Okay. Well, I don't see any other questions. Councillor McFadden, I believe you put the motion on the floor, the recommended action. Unless there's any other comments or questions, I will call the question. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Moving on to Council Chambers update, request to utilize reserve funds. 6D. We have Ms. Knight sprinting across chambers to, here she is.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. In your agenda package this evening is my request for approval to utilize up to $18,000 from the Election and Orientation Operating Reserve to complete upgrades to the audio-visual system in council chambers. Prior to COVID, we were having issues with some of the components in council chambers failing during meetings, at times impacting our ability to live stream, and at times impacting council being able to view the presentations on our screens here in chambers. COVID has clearly identified further challenges with those components that are beyond the end of their life, whereby we would not be able to have some of council in chambers while allowing for others to attend meetings remotely. We have had all of the technology we utilize in council chambers reviewed to determine what upgrades would absolutely be essential or the must-haves versus items that would be nice to have. Our vendor, who installed our cameras for streaming and completed other upgrades to the processor in chambers 2 years ago, determined that our SVSI matrix switcher is well past the end of its life, and some components which we can no longer get parts for are required to be replaced along with the digital matrix switcher. This switcher will ensure all the laptop inputs and podium inputs distribute to the projector and stream through the existing Crestron system. which would allow for us to host some in-person and some remote members of council without losing audio or impacting streaming, or as we found tonight, having audio go through the streaming but council not being able to hear it during your link into the Teams meeting. As Chambers is also used for our quasi-judicial boards, both Assessment Review Board and Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, that functionality will be critically important as we continue to hold hearings during COVID. The components the vendor is wanting to update would facilitate better functionality and drastically reduce system failure during meetings. I am requesting $18,000 from my election and orientation reserve, which currently has $195,000 in it. This reserve has been built over the years with intentional contributions due to the fact that a by-election could be called at any time, and during election years, the full budgeted amount of the election is drawn from this reserve to eliminate the impact on that increase on those years. We've also benefited from cost sharing in previous years with Rockview School Division, who partners with the town for their school board elections when required. Over the past 3 years, we have decreased this contribution to reserve due to the large balance. Please note that the 2021 election will also be drawn completely from this reserve with no additional inputs at this time. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on that.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. It's been quite apparent the need for a virtual presence in all of this. I'll just leave it at that. Councillor Fedeko, you have a comment?
Well, I'm obviously going to move option 1, the recommended motion that council approve the use of up to $18,000 from the election and orientation operating reserve to complete the audio-visual upgrade in council chambers. You know, I remember when this was even prior for me to even be on council, this was such a debate versus allowing council to be streamed. And I think that obviously we all realize the importance of this now. And being on board, I can't imagine if we hadn't jumped on board like 3 years ago, and it seems like such a long but short time ago, that we would have potentially voted this down, that we wouldn't have had any streaming ability. Like, I can imagine being in this time and not having any way to be able to communicate our message to the public or show them that we're still here. So I absolutely will support this. I think it's now more than ever, and especially when we absolutely have the ability. It's not costing anybody anything. It's being taken on reserve. So absolutely, that's my support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fedeko. Any other comments, questions, concerns on this item? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor of directing the 18,000 to reserve, out of reserves to this virtual world? All right, it carries. Thank you, Ms. Knight, for that. You're staying with us for committee appointments, I see.
I am.
6E, good transition.
So in your agenda package this evening is my report regarding the appointment of public at large members to the Parks and Recreation Committee due to 2 resignations. There were a large number of applicants for this committee, and given these applications are confidential, they were provided separately to Council last week for review in accordance with Section 17, the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Despite the challenges of working remotely, the selection panel met with all applicants via Zoom to ensure our recruitment process remained consistent despite the added challenges. Prior to voting on the committee appointments, which we will again do via email this evening in our new virtual world, Council may wish to consider going in camera to review the applicant's qualifications and selection panel recommendations.
Okay, Council, how would you like to proceed? We generally go in camera to discuss these. Looking for a motion if you'd like to do that, or we can just carry on. I would recommend we go in camera. Seeing hands, I don't know, half of you are frozen. I think I saw Councillor McFadden. Motion to go in camera, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm moving that we go in camera to discuss the applicants.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, that carries. I believe we were sent a link if we wish to join in camera meeting earlier this evening. Ms. Knight, is that correct?
That is correct. I will proceed to another location and we will resume this in camera session. Just be careful to make sure we've removed you from this meeting before we start talking about things within the in-camera. You'll get that next shortly.
If you're following at home, please bear with us for a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Good evening, everyone, again. After calculating the votes, council has voted to appoint Leah Weems and Neil McNeil. We put that on there. Apologies. We need to get motion to come out of in camera. Councillor Reid?
Councillor Reid, yeah. All those in favor? Carried.
And the ballots have been counted, and Leah Weems and Neil McNeil have been selected as the public at large members for the Parks and Recreation Board effective July 14th, 2020 for a term to expire December 31st, 2022. And I would need a motion for that to pass, please.
Councillor McFadden, would you? There you go. So quick. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor of appointing the two applicants? That is carried. Thank you, Ms. Knight. That was a painful panic behind the scenes trying to get back into that meeting. I don't want to ever think about that moment ever again. Let's move on. I'd love to move on. Let's move on. Legislative Services update. Ms. Knight, you're here. Take it away. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen with you.
Hopefully I stay in here. It sent me to a dark room with no other people in it. You can tell by everybody's excitement that they're glad to have me back.
Good evening again, Council. I'm happy to be before you tonight to discuss the hard work and initiatives of the Legislative Services team. Our team consists of records, including Shelley, Angela, and Colleen, and our administrative team of Betty and Karen. This was clearly pre-COVID. Legislative Services has a number of responsibilities within the municipality, but as we operate mainly in the background, what we manage can certainly be less visible to residents and even to Council. As you can see, our responsibilities range from council support to FOIP to insurance and elections and census, just to name a few. The support we provide to Council includes the preparation of the Council agenda package, which also includes approval of all reports that are provided for Council's consideration. This also includes launching and managing streaming of all Council committee or Council meetings. We provide support and guidance to all of the recording secretaries for all of the official committees and boards created by Council. This is due to the fact that all the committees of Council are governed by the MGA and the procedural bylaw, and as such, part of our role is to ensure that the processes followed are in compliance with the legislation. Legislative Services also review every policy and bylaw that is brought forward for Council to consider. This is to ensure they are in compliance with any applicable legislation, as well as have been reviewed and been considered by the other departments that they impact, most notably Municipal Enforcement Team, given a significant amount of our bylaws have an enforcement component. Our job is to ensure those reviews are completed and a wholesome bylaw comes forward to Council for consideration. We also provide support for additional meetings of Council, like the biannual Community Association meetings, and even ongoing communication with the Community Association, so they have a single point of contact when they're looking for the information within the municipality. Legislative Services manages two quasi-judicial boards, both the Assessment Review Board that hears and makes decisions regarding assessment matters, and the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board that makes decisions on appeals related to development matters. Both of these boards get their authority from the MGA and municipal bylaws, and it is Legislative Services' role to ensure process and legislative timelines are followed. There is also a significant customer service focus that these boards require. The recording secretary for the boards work very closely with residents, walking them through the process to ensure they understand their part, as during the time she is functioning as the recording secretary, she is arm's length from the town, and our focus is always on a fair and just hearing for all parties. Both of these boards require extreme focus and attention to detail, as missing deadlines and ensuring the rules and regulations are followed could be grounds for an appeal on their decisions. We have seen increased activity in both the SDAB and ARB boards in the last number of years, as well as changes to the legislation that govern those boards. Although the town of Cochrane has always provided education sessions annually for the SDAB, It is now a requirement within the legislation and so creates some additional workload for our legislative services team to ensure that every member of both of those boards are certified, as again, having someone uncertified sit on a board and making decisions could potentially be grounds for an appeal of those decisions. The ARB chart on this slide does not include appeals that are filed, only appeals that went to hearing. At times, we have had upwards of 40+ appeals that were eventually withdrawn. During the time between filing and the withdrawal, the ARB clerk again has extensive interactions with residents, walking them through the process. Legislative Services continues to work on making the appeal process for both ARB and SDAB clear for residents by providing detailed guidelines. Our records and information teams continue to focus on policy-based control of information that helps secure the records and meet all legal, regulatory, risk, and business demands. In the last 20 years, Records has entered just under 86,000 documents into our electronic records management system, with approximately 80% of that from Development Services Division. Our focus has shifted now to operational departments and FCSS, so it benefits the entire organization when our permanent documents are centrally located and secured. As I had noted, Records administers our RecFind system, which includes creating hundreds of property files annually. The Records team also tracks all of our contracts to ensure that our contracts are current and any extensions attached to the original. This focus, again, has made locating important documents much easier for all staff. In late 2018, early 2019, we focused on transitioning away from the creation of physical files to focus on electronic files. We reconfigured some existing shelving units and space to eliminate future expenditures on physical space required to house our records, as well as limiting the need for physical files themselves. This transition led to a cost savings of approximately $10,000 annually. Our RecFind system is accessible to all employees of the town from their desktops, which allowed staff to access important documentation they needed while working remotely during this pandemic. Records continues to work towards efficiencies in managing increases in information requests by creating processes that allow the town to be more accountable and transparent by providing information through routine disclosure and active dissemination. We work with all internal sections to ensure where information can be readily released within the legislation, that information is provided to residents without a formal request required. We believe in transparency of local government, and we work very hard to streamline that release of information where we can. Records also provides litigation support to the General Manager of Legislative and Protective Services, securing records requested as part of any litigation proceeding. That belief in transparency leads us to FOIP, the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Where we are not able within the legislation to simply release documents, a more formal process is required, which is the FOIP request. Our records team receives and responds to all of these types of requests, ensuring we are meeting our mandate of protecting individuals' privacy while also meeting the legislated requirement to provide citizens access to records which are not available by other means. We are also working to ensure updated FOIP statements appear on all forms, agreements, contracts, waivers, to ensure that same transparency to residents and developers alike that any documentation within the care and control of the municipality is subject to the FOIP Act. Our FOIP requests over the last 6 years have significantly increased not only in the number of requests, but also in their complexity. This requires hours of time from our team to compile the documentation from the appropriate internal departments and then sift through every document to determine its eligibility for release and/or redact the information that requires protecting. This graph does not include, however, the owner and RCMP requests that fall outside the FOIP process, but those as well have increased significantly over the years, and we have now begun tracking them as they significantly impact the workload of this team. Legislative Services also manages the town's insurance portfolio. The town has been insured through Munich since 2002. This is a reciprocal that includes a pool of over 700 members, where every member's contribution is based on its own exposure and claims experience. Legislative Services took over the insurance portfolio in 2014 with a focus on risk management. Working with all of the sections, we have conducted extensive reviews of all town assets to ensure that all town infrastructure and equipment is covered appropriately. In 2014, Legislative Services also implemented a more strategic focus on claims management, which has now contributed to an overall decrease in 16.6% in our annual premiums from 2014 to 2020. During this same period, we also increased our coverage where additional infrastructure assets, and we added cyber insurance coverage as well. We are also responsible for reviewing every RFP, contract agreement, subdivision servicing agreement, development permit for insurance coverage. Again, working to ensure there is language that protects the town's interests for every development and service provided. We also review all of these same documents for termination clauses, FOIP statements, and ensure that they are in line with applicable legislation. Legislative Services is also responsible for the Community and Operational Grants Program. This includes managing the application process, creating and ensuring partnership agreements are in place, creating the annual budget, and ensuring reporting is completed and provided back to the municipality. These programs have seen some policy shifts in the last year, and we will be presenting the updated community investment policy in the fall for Council's consideration. Town of Cochrane has seen unprecedented growth in the last 10 years, and as such, Legislative Services began doing an annual census between 2013 and 2019 to ensure the town could capitalize on grant funding that is provided on a per capita basis. With the changes to the legislation last year that changed the applicability of municipal census numbers, it was determined that we would not be doing an annual census for 2020. We may look to complete a census in a year prior to an election year, depending on timing of the federal census, as we have found with Cochrane's growth that verifying elector numbers is very helpful prior to an election year. And finally, Legislative Services is responsible for conducting all municipal elections and by-elections. We work collaboratively with both the Rockview School Division and the separate school divisions on their elections as well, either including Rockview School Division candidates on our ballots when required, or providing space in our polling stations for the separate school division so they can complete their elections. There is also fairly constant changes to the Local Authorities Election Act in the last number of years that governs how elections are to be executed at the municipal level. Those changes and signals from the province that they may want to include Senate elections and a possible referendum during the 2021 municipal elections has us already beginning election planning. Also, Legislative Services is focused on the long-term impacts of the pandemic might have on polling station requirements, and so looking to potentially incorporate some distancing and additional cleaning protocols. That covers on a high level what we do from the day to day, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
My goodness, that is a lot to comprehend. I'm looking at myself twice. You need to stop sharing your screen. There we go, thank you. Yeah, Ms. Knight, thank you for that. Well, I have a whole bunch of comments. I'll save them and go to the speakers list here. Councillor Flowers.
Thanks for the presentation. There's a lot of information there and complexities that we often don't think about that are going on behind the scenes, and sure glad somebody's looking after all that. So I don't really have any questions, but thank you for your presentation, and I'll make the motion to accept it as information.
All right, okay, thank you for that. Councillor Padeco, comment?
I don't really have any questions either. I just want to commend you and your team for always being there and helping us, guide us through our sticky situations or situations we're not sure how to move through, and as well as your valuable advice on CPC that I also sit on. So thank you for that, because you do help to guide the ship for, especially for us newbie councillors who are staying on our first term. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, I would also like to echo a great deal of gratitude. I think I probably interact with your team more than most, just because I'm at the ranch house, well, I used to be more often, and I'm sorry for that. But I have gotten to know each of your team quite well. I really, really sincerely appreciate all of the work that each individual does. As I falter at times, your team is there to help support, and that is not only procedurally, but, well, actually I have a small anecdote that I don't know that, well, I didn't know this occurred, but the legislative team reminded me recently during COVID that all of the email traffic that goes through my account is recorded, cataloged, and there for everyone to see for years and years and years. So just the amount of work that I have with my own account, let alone having other people go in and look at the interactions between council and our outward facing system out into the community. It's much appreciated, all of the hard work that everybody does. And as Councillor Federico, I think, just said, that the amount of behind the scenes stuff, actually it's mostly behind the scenes. We interact with you quite a bit, but the community, well, they do in their ways, but like I said earlier, we didn't skip a beat throughout this pandemic, and this is it's exemplary work from your team that has pulled that off. So thank you. All of the legs under the water when you're just a calm on top is how I would say is a good analogy for your group. So thank you, Ms. Knight, for everything you're doing, and I really appreciate these updates from managers. It's we know you well, but we don't know everyone well in the organization, and it's good to have you come and share your experience with the organization. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Is there any other comments or questions of the Legislative Services team? No. And Councillor Flowers, you put the motion on the floor. Thank you for that. All in favor of accepting his information? And that carries. I think I saw Councillor Federico's hand there. Yep, there it is. Okay. Thank you. And we'll move on to, lost my agenda, 7A. Ms. Van Kijntema, you're here to present the first draw from the Spray Lakes Family Sports Center.
Yes, I certainly am. Thank you, Mayor Janung, members of council. At your May 28th meeting, you set out the process for Spray Lakes Family Sports Center to request the draws that was approved during that council meeting. And given that council is not meeting again until September, Spray Lakes Family Sports Center is requesting a draw of $750,000 for 3 months of operating support. That would take them July, August, and September, as well as the $165,000 in capital, so they could do that work starting right away. And really, it's just sort of in line with what the request was. Attached to the report are the requested monthly financial information. That should have gone out in your report. And I'd welcome any questions that you might have.
Okay, Councillor Reid is our representative. Did you want to put the motion on the floor?
Sure.
On the floor, I'm not sure what you're thinking.
Yeah, we're going to put the motion on the floor and recognize that, just make a comment about it, you know, how grateful members of our community are for the reopening of the Spray Lake Center, and the fact that, you know, the council did not decide to mothball it until January of next year. I mean, with this whole COVID thing, that 1 week later, we were able to be able to do that. So spirits are high, members are coming back, and at least this center is on the road to recovery. The Spray Lake Center opened up on the 3rd of July with the fitness center and the track, and then some of you know or have experienced the Spray Park opened on the 1st of July. The second arena opened today. That was in addition to the previous one that opened, the Cochrane Arena previously. You know, the aquatic center is experiencing extensive renovations, and this is yet another example of the poor quality or the shoddy workmanship that occurred in the original construction when that building was raced through to construction. Some of you will have experienced Lazy River and the children's pool. Some of the original tile there, if you run your hand along it, you can actually cut your hand, and the grouting is given away. So that all that work's being done right now as we speak, and that's the pool's targeted to open on the August 10th. I think it is August 10th to 14th. Another example of how fluid things are. Some of you are aware of just the announcement just today that the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program has been extended to December, which will have another very positive impact on the financial situation at Spray Lakes. And will result, I believe, in a lower than anticipated loss than the original forecast. So I hope council can appreciate that as things continue to change, it's unreasonable to expect or even require that a forecast remaining through the end of the year be presented at this point. But the approved capital funding, as was indicated before, and I just want to repeat, is to be used to complete the critical repairs of the Cochrane Arena roof and certain mechanical components of that facility. So I just want taking this opportunity to thank council for its support in terms of Spray Lakes. I know the members of the community are excited about it and moving this forward. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Reid, thanks. And that was the recommended action you put on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Padeco, you had a comment?
Well, probably more of a question. I kind of wanted to know what efficiencies that they have really dug up since the last time we had this conversation. Obviously, there were a few of us councillors that were concerned about the money that was being allocated to Spray Lakes. I was kind of wondering, what are those efficiencies that have been done? Because I'm pretty sure that was part of our deal, is that we were going to have a report back as to where they maybe had trimmed back. And also, I have some questions about some rumors, and again, it's hearsay probably made from the community. I'm not going to get into the he say, she said, but I did hear that they were painting the building, and it's not only once, but it's twice over. I'm wondering why they're painting the building right now. It goes back to those questions I think that I really have at the bigger picture is exactly what are we funding? Why are we funding it? Is our money being used in the best way possible? I know that we're not supposed to be digging into weeds here. I'm not trying to go there, but I have a question. Any sort of whether or not it was a fire department or anybody coming forward to ask for a great amount of money, I would ask them the same questions. Where is this money going to? Why are we giving it? And what are they doing to, I guess, try to raise their own funds or to not come back in 3 more months and ask me for the same amount of money? So that's kind of where I'm going with that one.
Yeah, maybe I could take a little stab at that. The first question is, I don't know that there was, part of this report was efficiencies, but I'm happy to get that report for you. One of the things that came up at the last meeting that seemed to be confusing was how quickly did they respond to the pandemic. They were closed within a day or two of the announcement of the pandemic, and there were savings there where they laid off a majority of their staff. 500,000 of this 750 will be used to recover the costs that they lost during the closed period of time. And in terms of any questions that you have about the operation or efficiencies, you might want to refer to the background documentation, in particular the first line of that document. I don't know if you can pull that up, Marty. And that is that there is a contract with the town and the Spray Lakes. It says that any deficit that facility runs, the town is responsible for. But if you have particular questions, I'd be happy to take those back. If there's questions about painting, which I have no idea how to answer because I don't even know what that involves, or any other questions about the management of the facility, questions about the board, I'm happy to answer those if you could articulate those directly to me.
Yeah, and it's certainly not to suggest anything that I'm questioning the board or anything along that line. Just I want to know if we're giving them $500,000 or $500,000 plus is being used towards, I guess, the operation to bringing people back. Exactly what are these people doing? Because there's limited amount of programming going on, which I understand at the sports center. So exactly what are we paying for? I mean, are they bringing back 3/4 of staff to not have full jobs? Like those are the questions that I have. It is not questioning anybody's ability about their jobs. It's more questioning about what we're funding, why we're funding it, and when are these people actually functional in their positions. That's all. I want to see the sports center open as much as anybody else does. But again, I think if I was sitting on the opposite side, and believe me, you guys have dug a lot of times, many council members have dug at different operations within the town themselves about what they're spending money on. It's no different on this end. I'm just asking those same questions.
I'm happy to answer those if you're willing to articulate them. I I don't know that we've done that kind of deep dig in terms, or deep dive in terms of the fire department and the other department, but if this would bring some peace of mind to you and not look to offend the operation or the board itself, then I'm happy to relay that and get those answers for you.
That'd be awesome. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councillor McFadden, you have a question?
I do. The first is around the old arena and the capital projects there. I guess when are those going to, be started, and when are they going to be done?
So I can't speak to the mechanical one, but I can about the Cochrane roof, both of which I believe will be done by the end of summer, but I know the roof is definitely going to be done this summer.
So the old arena is going to be up and functioning for September is the goal?
That's the goal, yeah.
Okay. And then, I was looking also for the report on efficiencies, just so we can understand better what's being delivered and what we're paying for. The town does have that commitment to pay the operational gap, but to have comfort in that, I need to better understand what those operational costs are. So the next time we get, and I appreciate actually having the budget this time, but the next time we see that, I'd like to see the expenses broken down a little bit more clearly, and maybe tracked month to month about, programming versus utilities like business building costs versus, wages and salaries, those type of things. In order for me to have a comfort, I need a little bit more. And a big part of the commitment was that we were going to see some administration and Spray Lakes was going to work together to prove up some efficiencies. So that would be key for my comfort level.
Yeah, and I think if I could, I would respond to that by saying there are a number of efficiencies that have occurred that we would like the opportunity to, on behalf of the board, that I would like to bring forward and present, so that there is some level of comfort. You have find some level of comfort with that. Again, I think, with all due respect, you don't want to get into the management of that facility. That's not, I understand that's not the intent of your questions, but I just like to be better informed, and I'm happy to provide whatever information I can in that vein.
Yeah, so that's the type of information I'd like to see. One of the benefits often talked about having a nonprofit run the facility over the municipality is the ability of the nonprofit to access operational grants, etc. So beyond the federal wage support program, what other grants, like is the organization actively looking at grants and operational support solutions beyond just the municipal agreement?
For sure, and I think there was part of that last presentation at council meeting. But again, I can provide an updated report on that as well.
Okay. And any luck in furthering the conversations with our partners at Rockview County?
In our conversations at our last board meeting, Rockview County reported that their administration is bringing forward a report to their council in the fall about our relationship.
Okay.
In the meantime, there is the executive director or the CEO Blair is actually doing a presentation at council, I think, within the near future. So.
To their council, okay. Yeah, because I get it's COVID, and we're so fortunate that the province changed when rec centers could be open. I don't think anybody was forecasting that was going to happen that week.
Agreed.
So we're fortunate that we're going to do that, which is great. But I mean, these aren't operational costs that the municipality can carry for a long time. So there's going to have to be a different solution heading into next year's budget. So we're going to have some serious conversations about that. So it's one thing to fill the gap during a COVID emergency, but we have to, it's not, our reserves aren't infinite, and we need to keep track of how much we're drawing from them and make sure, I mean, next year is going to be the year that we start paying for all these COVID choices that we're making, and I believe most of them are the right ones. But we need to make sure that, the tax burden for these decisions is reasonable. So that's what
I would refer you back to when you were on council, the motion or the contract that was signed with Spray Lakes. Again, you referenced it in the first line of this background information, right? The town, under that town council signed a document, a legal document, a contract that said it would be responsible for any deficit.
Yeah, but it's not that blank, and I think we probably should, as a council, sit down with that agreement, because it was never written as a blank check.
No, and I'm not saying it was. I'm just saying you can't necessarily contractually ignore that and recognize that this is a town facility, full stop.
No, I totally recognize it's a town facility. I just want to make sure that we're providing recreation and ways for our residents to enjoy it at an affordable price point. And so, I mean, there is that agreement in place, but I know there are numbers of caveats to that. So it's not an entirely blank check. I'm comfortable with where we're at today, but come the next ask, I really need to be more comfortable with where the efficiencies are, how is this organization going to get back to sustainability?
Yeah, I don't know that ever was chartered to be, at least you were on council, I don't know if it was chartered to be sustainable, and that would if your definition is sustainable is break even. But to your point, I'll definitely report back what I can in terms of efficiencies, and we'll look to be able to address your question. But I don't think anybody thinks it's a blank check, to be clear. Not the board, not the administration, and not I.
Excellent.
Thank you, Councillor Reid, for fielding those questions. There may be more. I see Ms. Van Kynpema has a comment. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to provide clarification. I have the May 28th resolution in front of me, and the resolution says that the terms were efficiencies are to be found by Spray Lakes Family Sports Center and town departments to offset the funding request to the greatest extent possible. And then it moves on, and the only report it requires as part of the process is a monthly financial update. So that would be why there isn't any report about efficiencies, but I will leave it with Councillor Reid to be prepared for the next meeting.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. So it wasn't an administrative miss. You're following what we asked. So, but I am hearing loud and clear for others to have comfort that Councillor Reid should follow up on some of those questions, and I think you've agreed to do that, Councillor Reid.
I am.
So, yeah, so thank you for that. Councillor Fedeko, you have a comment?
Yeah, I think with that, you know what, Councillor Reid, it's not that I don't want to support this, because I do. I just think that, you know what, I would like some added information. And so for tonight's vote, I'm not going to be in support of it. And it's not because, again, I don't want this to go back out to the community looking like I'm, saying anybody is doing a poor job, because I think that the last message in this council meeting was not that. And it was never intended. That was never my intended message. It's the fact that I would just like some additional information brought forward. What efficiencies are being done? What is being looked at? How are we correcting this? Because I do agree with Councillor McFadden in the way, not that it's a blank check, but you know what, this type of system that, people are coming forward to ask for, 700,000 now, and then 3 months from now, it's another 700,000, that's another 700,000. No, I never assumed that the pool or the rec center would ever be floating at a cost recovery model. But what I do want to know is what we're doing to become more efficient, and so that we are doing the best job possible, so that, when somebody comes out to me in the public and says, wow, like my tax dollars are going there, but I don't necessarily go to the rec center, then I can say, but this is what we're getting. And right now I feel that there's just a lot of blank spots, and I don't want to go into the weeds, but I would like the information brought back as to what we're doing to be the best slimmed down model that we can be. And again, please take my message back to the board, back to the people who are leading the facility, that kudos to them. This isn't an easy situation for them. I would never want to be in their shoes to begin with. So I do want to give them, thanks for what they're doing. Just, I would like more information. That's it. So it is, the reason I'm going to vote no today is not because of anything else other than that I just want some more info brought my way. That's it.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate that. And I will take that back to the board. I can assure you that most of them are listening tonight. They're watching this firsthand. So they would have heard your questions and your comments. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to thank Councillor Reid for fielding all these questions. I think you do a great work representing the board, and I know it's not easy getting grilled constantly over this, and I think you're doing a good job acting as a liaison, so I appreciate it very much. I thought a lot of the points that both Councillor McFadden and Federico were making there were spot on. We're all concerned over improving our operational deficits year over year, and that's what we want to see moving forward. We all understand 2020 is a difficult year, and hopefully we won't see anything like this again. So I'm actually going to support the motion here to move ahead with the funding. Even though I've showed opposition in the past for it. I think what we're hearing here is a nice balance, and that is that nobody wants to see the facility mothballed. I never did. I don't think anybody did. We're just concerned about our operational costs moving forward, and I think that's loud and clear. I appreciate what the board's doing, and I'm hoping in the future here to get a chance to meet with the board again and just make sure that we're clear on what we're supposed to be doing on our end, and they're clear on theirs, and that we're working together. And I appreciate what they're doing and what you're doing, Councillor Reid. And it was a good conversation. I'm glad we're having it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate your questions.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Flowers. No. One more click.
You're good.
It is so slow tonight. I appreciate your comments, Councillor Wilson. I was thinking along some of the same lines as what you said. The only thing I wanted to add, besides thank you to Councillor Reid and to the board for all their work in these difficult times when we can't predict what's going to happen and nobody knows. We're just wading through it the best we can. But I never thought the pool would be sustainable, and it cost us a lot of money before with the old pool. So we knew that it was going to cost more money. And I'm glad to hear that the painting is happening now while things are closed, because it was peeling really badly and it was a poor job when it was built. So let's get it looking like the awesome facility it is. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Councillor Flowers.
Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, during this COVID world 2020, and hopefully we don't see a year like this again, the story that so many businesses and families and even our municipal organization are having is one of tightening our belts, and our municipal story is showing that. I mean, we were forecasting in last year's budget, we actually cut staff. First time I'd ever seen that happen in a growing municipality. To adapt to COVID, we've cut park staff. Like my opinion, just with the way we've had to reshuffle staff, we're short on planners. All throughout the organization, we've had to be nimble, we've had to tighten our belts, we've had to make different choices. And that's resulted in a reduced service level, and Councillor Federico has said we just need to communicate that story. But that's the story I want to hear from Spray Lakes, is what's their story of how, they're tightening their belts. Is it going to be changing their programming? Is it going to be looking at the number of staff they have? We had a report from some of the nonprofits have actually cut salaries. And so that's where I want to land, is I want to know and have the story parts of that show that Spray Lakes is reacting to the fact that the world has changed, and we need to adapt. And so I need to hear that story of how things are being changed, belts are being tightened, and we're dealing with a new, tighter fiscal reality. So this has my support tonight, but in the September vote, if I'm not comfortable with that story by that point, it won't have my vote. So it has my vote.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I think, right, putting in a story format in terms of efficiency and belt tightening, there are things I know just as a board member are occurring or about to occur And so I'll be happy to address that. Again, whether you vote for it in December or not is another thing, but I will certainly provide that before you. November, December.
September.
Tomato.
Okay, Councillor Nagel.
Yeah, so first, like Councillor Wilson said, Councillor Reid, I think you're doing a great job as a committee representative. I feel like you're a member of the administration with all your facts and figures up there, coming up with your answers really quickly. With regards to more information, I feel like you and the board and representatives from Spray Lakes Rec Center have actually done a really good job providing information. I'm actually kind of surprised to hear that people still have more questions, because I feel like we had like maybe 6 or 7 meetings before this already. And I think to vote against it tonight would be a little crazy, considering we are not going to be back in the voting council meeting for like 6 more weeks. And if we did defeat this, I think we would basically, my understanding is that the rec center would just be like almost inoperational, become insolvent without this liquidity over the next few weeks here. They'd be in complete panic mode if we just defeated this evening and then we all went on vacation. So I'll certainly be voting for it tonight, and I thank you for all the information you've already provided. And yes, if there is more questions to be answered moving forward in September, October, November, I look forward to hearing about all that as well.
Okay, thank you for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Nagel. Yeah, I'll be in support tonight as well, for many of the same reasons as my colleagues here tonight. And I would like to thank you, Councillor Reid, for your ongoing work at the rec board there. It's as many have stated, it's not always easy. This has been obviously an unprecedented time, but nobody could predict, and I think that's actually been the hard part for most, even, well, all organizations, ours included, to adapt and change and you know, foresee the uncertainty of the future. And your point today about the wage subsidy being extended to December, I mean, that has huge implications again. So hopefully in the favor of our community, so that that is part of the adjustments that the rec center can, well, I know that they will. So.
Yeah, and I would just, if I could add, this is a great hard-working board that volunteers to support this organization. And I really am supportive of that board and the management team that's there. And so I'm excited about the opportunity of being able to bring back the story and address your questions, and so that we all feel comfortable and confident in moving this agenda forward together. So, thank you.
Yeah, that's something I look forward to as well. We can put this one behind us. Councillor Federico, do you have another comment?
Yeah, I actually just have one. You know what, Councillor Reid, thank you for bringing the information forward. And you know what, you've been very, very respectful in how we've debated this. I would like to say, you know what, this council sometimes drives me a little crazy, because you know what, there are some members of this council who dig in the weeds over absolutely everything when it comes to fiscally, and all of a sudden now it's like you just, and support, well, you know, we should just give money to whatever, willy-nilly. You know what, I don't think there is any harm in any of us asking these tough questions sometimes to Councillor Reid, to the board, to the people that work there. It isn't about criticizing anyone. It is about doing the efficiency that we are set out to do as council members. And you know what, when you're sitting there and you're saying, well, we don't have that right, absolutely we do. Because you know what, there are a few members of our council that dig in the weeds over all sorts of things that they don't mind arguing over 40 grand over things, but you know what, when we're talking about 1.5 million, we're freewheeling and throwing out cash. So let's just be careful of where we're going with that one, because I find it a little disrespectful when it comes to a council debate. I've been very supportive over everybody's comments, but that is something I don't appreciate.
Well, Councillor, we're trying to keep it respectful here tonight. I certainly would, you know, without getting into the going backwards, I'd like to move us forward on this, but I don't think anybody's been willy-nilly about anything on any of these decisions. So let's move on. I think we've all had our piece here tonight. Unless anybody has any further comment to add, we're talking about something we've already debated really in the past. Councillor Reid, look forward to your questions bringing back the answers to the questions that have been fielded tonight in September, and we'll leave it at that for now. to see the rec center up and running. All those in favor of, Councillor Federico, are you, I saw your camera disappear. Are we, I'll call the question, all those in favor of the funding on the floor tonight? Those opposed? Okay, it carries. Thank you, Council. We will move on to notice, and thank you, Ms. Van Kampima, for your, for bringing that forward tonight. Notices of motion. Councillor Nagel, you have a notice of motion that was on the floor from last meeting.
I believe this is a motion on notice, but yes, I do. But
I stand corrected.
So I'll move the motion and then just speak to it briefly. I move the council direct administration to present information and options to create additional on-street parking on the western end of George Fox Trail, adjacent to the Jumping Pound Ridge townhouses. So that's the motion. And just a little bit of commentary. The first thing I want to be crystal clear on, I know everyone on council knows this, but if anybody in the audience is tuned in, I know there's been quite a bit of interest in the community about this point. This motion is not to make a decision this evening to, demand administration go out and do something about the parking situation right now, but instead is to ask for some more information about how we can handle it, how much it would cost, how we could do it operationally, and just really, I'm looking to their expertise for all the different options to get more options for people in that community to park. And as indicated back or at the bottom of this report, this is something that I brought up about a year ago. At the time, it really didn't get any traction with our previous administration, but we have quite a few new leaders in our administration today, and I'm hoping that they can find some creative solutions that would be amenable for both the municipal government and the community. And really, at the end of the day, what this comes down to for me is I think it's kind of crazy the way we have bike lanes almost to nowhere. It's basically bike lanes up at the far edge of Cochrane, going to a gravel road in an area where there is a much higher need for parking. And I do wish I would have brought this up before those bike lanes were ever painted. It's unfortunate that they got painted before this discussion did come up. But yeah, I don't know how we normally do this. Does anybody else have any questions for me or questions for administration? I guess I'll turn it back over to the mayor to take her from here.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nagel. I have to thank you for the way you handled this notice of motion as well. I appreciate the way you're asking the question as well about digging in for a lot of answers, not just trying to go down one solution, which might end up being the solution. But I have a couple of questions, and they're not questions for you or administration. I would just share. I mean, obviously, I think I've been copying council on a lot of the correspondence we've been getting on this particular issue. There's been a lot. And I would highlight there's been a lot for parking changes, and there's been a lot against changing the bike lane. So there's kind of been a couple of different issues that are floating around in this. So I would hope that administration brings back some direction or some options for us on solving it's a parking issue in my view, and there is overflow into Bow Ridge, as you pointed out, from the townhomes and then spilling out onto George Fox Trail. How we handle that is what you're really trying to dive into here. I would actually like administration to include in their report an option for, and I'm not suggesting we do this, I'd just like to ask what the implications of this would be, and that is a residential parking permit option, similar to what the city has. I know this is a different, takes us into a realm we haven't been in before as a community, but maybe it's something that we need to start to look at. So I don't want to muddy the waters too much, but maybe the administration bring that back as part of their report back to you in September. Is there any other comments? Oh, sorry, Councillor Nagel, you do have a comment on that?
Yeah, just in response to your request and suggestion, Mayor, and I think that's a great idea. Being that it's my motion, I'd love to see all of the options possible, but I do definitely also want to see the financial implications and operational options to replace the bike lanes and turn them into parking. Again, not that would be the final solution for sure, but that is definitely the intent of this motion. Is I would like to see that as one of the possible options.
Yeah, understood. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not trying to change your intent. I'm trying to add to the list of things that come back.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Any other questions or concerns, or anybody want to bring this up further? We have to pass a motion here to get administration to really work on this. So all those in favor of the motion on the floor to direct administration, I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but what Councillor Nagel said earlier. I'm calling the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. Okay, thank you, Councillor Nagel. Are there any other notices of motion?
I would like to bring forward a notice of motion.
Okay, Councillor Padeco, go ahead, please.
I am giving notice that I'll be bringing forward a notice of motion to our September 14th council meeting, directing a minister to formalize an inclusion for Cochrane, research bylaw considerations, and what activities or programs could fall under this umbrella. While I realize pressures on our staff are at a maximum, I don't want this to fall by the wayside either, as we've been promoting the town message of #Cochrane Together. What does this really mean to our community? Our community has participated in the Black Lives Rally, as well as anti-racism rally, and will welcome their first official Pride Week in August, which I'm hoping that the mayor will soon proclaim. While yes, this will take up time, staff, there really is no excuse, certainly not a monetary amount for us to stall this. Cochrane has a big heart, and I know our fellow residents will want to show others that we're an open, accepting community to all who wish to call this home. I really, there is nothing that speaks more to me than community in this town, and I would absolutely hope that there would be no council member that would question a monetary amount put on who belongs here, how they belong here, and what we can do to make sure everybody feels that this is their home and that we support everybody who wishes to call it home. And that's my...
All right, thank you for that. So that's coming up in September?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're not meeting, so I would hope that there are some, some recommendations that board in September. I have also volunteered because I do realize that this isn't easy on our staff. Our staff has been through a lot, and we have minimal members who are able to work on this. And so that this doesn't fall by the wayside, I've also honestly volunteered my own time personally outside of council to make sure that this is something that we can have happen. I think it's important to a lot of members in our community right now.
Okay, thank you. Any other notices of motion? We had a motion on notice and a notice of motion. Thank you for pointing that out earlier, Councillor Nagel. Okay, not seeing any, we'll move on to Mayor's Reports. And I think that's a good segue for me to proclaim August 18th to the 24th, official Pride Week in Cochrane. And that's, I'm happy to do that. Councillor Padeco, thank you for bringing that forward. Well, I'm doing proclamations. I always forget. I'll get this one in as well to proclaim July 19th to the 25th National Drowning Prevention Week. While we don't have a lot of large bodies of water around Cochrane, obviously it doesn't take much to drown, obviously. We have the river and a lot of our storm ponds and etc., creeks. It's just something I think we need to be aware of as well. So happy to do that too. Flipping the page here, I'll keep my report to 2 minutes. Councillor Reid. Continue to work on the 1A and 22 file. Obviously, I think I've been keeping everybody up to date internally, but just externally. We continue to meet as an organization with Alberta Transportation. You saw the video that Minister McIver put out. It was a message. It was good to meet with the minister and keep the dialogue rolling. I would like to reiterate that the pressure from my office and everybody around this table will not cease until we actually have shovels in the ground. And that will be the first indicator of 1A and 22 being started. So that bottle of champagne that we all had a look at there whenever the funding was allocated in the budget a year or so ago will remain uncorked until we see some dirt flying there. And it's not our own, it's Alberta Transportation. So continue to meet with our MLA, TransCanada Energy, even as recently as today, again with them, with administration. So the full court press is on for the 1A and 22, and other traffic initiatives that we can, in our own goodwill and in control of, take matters into our own hands, if you will, on 1A and Centre, the Centre Avenue widening. All of those projects are continuing to be developed behind the scenes. So I continue to work on the Economic Recovery Task Force. I'll let Councillor Federico and Councillor McFadden speak to that. The Social Recovery Task Force you heard tonight. Mid-sized cities, we continue to meet, but now on a monthly basis. We sent a letter to, I'm not sure, I can't remember if I did this last meeting or not, but just in case, letter to Minister McKenna, the Infrastructure Minister of the federal government, to encourage the federal government to sign an agreement with the province for funding so that we can get some provincial relief in other infrastructure areas. So we were copying the provincial government on that correspondence, and it's in line with everything that the province has been asking for as well. CMRB continues to meet. The need for regional work continues to escalate in all of this. COVID has forced many people to change how we work, but the need for regional answers, and I would highlight one that I saw throughout COVID that I thought was an interesting and excellent use of regionalism is the city of Red Deer put out many COVID response graphics through their communication department over the pandemic. And during that time, they also shared it with the region for free, that any municipality that wished to piggyback on that COVID response, whether it be like our communication department has done with the bike length or whatever, that all of the response and communication in the Red Deer region was of one singular response, so that there was no, you cross the border and then you have a different color or a different graphic, or it was a unified communication piece, which I thought was a really good use of regionalism. So if we can get to that level here in the Calgary region, I think that's just one example of how we could all work together better. And I know I'm preaching to the choir around this table, but the work continues at the CMRB. Currently, we are looking to appoint a chair replacement. Chris Sheard obviously is the chair now. His goal is to be done at the end of this year with the hopeful production of a growth plan. That obviously is going to likely be extended into the next year due to COVID, but we're looking for a chair replacement at this time. Provincial advocacy continues to, I believe it's important that we continue to raise the awareness of Cochrane in the province wherever we can. I also had a great meeting this past week with Bearspaw First Nation Chief Dixon and some administration, and I was really grateful for them reaching out. They shared their appreciation for the town extending an olive branch, I guess, with our cold services into Morley, and they are, while COVID has kind of delayed that, they are really serious about looking into that, and other initiatives that they wish to talk and collaborate with the town on. So I thought that was excellent, and they thanked us for the work that we've done in the past to reach out to them, and they're reciprocating now and would like to continue to work together into the future. Quarterly meeting, etc. But that was really good. And then Friday we had a mass transit meeting there just to go over what the group had been talking about with in response to the province's motion to, well, not motion, but the initiative to work with the Canada Infrastructure Bank to have the 2 feasibility studies going on that mass transit with the train from the Calgary Airport to Banff and obviously through Cochrane. So working together with that group to keep our voice heard as those 2 feasibility studies start to move forward. So that is my report, and we'll need a motion to go past 10. We have 1 more minute to make it unless anyone has any other comments. Oh, Councillor Fedayko, you have a comment, but I need a motion to go past 10. We can get that. Councillor Reid, all those in favor? It will only be a couple minutes. That is carried. And I just would like to wish everybody a good summer. I know we'll be meeting here and there as needed, but this will be our last official council meeting of summer. And that's my report. Councillor Fedayko, you have a report?
No, I just say that the proclamation of drowning get a little closer than what I thought. So there are a ton of people that I would like to thank in the community, but before I sign off, I wouldn't want that to go unknown. Accidents happen.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I'm gonna exit out of this conversation. You have my support, but this is it's a lot harder than I thought.
Understood. Thank you, Councillor Fedayko. Appreciate you explaining your emotion there. Thank you. Are there any other council reports? Okay, seeing none. We don't have any in camera. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Mayor.
Yep, Councillor McFadden, I see you there now. Thank you. Go ahead.
So since our last meeting, the Parks and Recreation Committee met and focused on what we can take up next part of the work plan, which is going to be doing some prep work for the Midford and Ranch Master Park Plans work for next year, but also to continue to do some work on regional trails. So sometimes when there are trails that currently lead to nowhere, it's because they might one day be a very good connector point to somewhere. So regional trails are important, and we need to do our planning with that in mind. So that committee is underway. We're meeting again, so we'll have our 2 new members on board. Thank you for supporting the selections. And I also participated in the CMRB's workshop and provided some feedback on some of their initial work. This week I'll be heading into AMA Governance Committee meeting, and of course the Economic Committee is still meeting weekly. My hope, it looks like certainly on this agenda item, we're going to be getting a little bit more strategic in how we look at Cochrane's overall economic challenges and solutions. So times are still busy, and I expect we'll be through the rest of the month.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McFadden. Anyone else care to share before I go to the last agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we will terminate the meeting. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your summer. If we don't see each other, or holidays if you're on them, we'll see you in a week at the strategic session. All right.